please.
Supervisor Bronson?
Here.
Supervisor Christie?
Here.
Supervisor Hines?
Present.
Supervisor Scott?
Here.
Chair Grijalba?
Here.
Let the record show all board members are present.
Thank you so much. I'm going to ask Jess Lasoya, Vice President of the Amity Foundation, to please come forward and lead us in the pledge. Thank you, Jess. I just literally asked you like 2 seconds ago, so thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Now we have the land acknowledgement statement offered by Valeria Buenamia. She's a clerk, senior clerk with the Pima County Clerk of the Board's office.
Hello, my name is Valerie Buenamea. I work for the Clerk of the Board's office as Clerk Senior. I'm also a member of the Bosco Yaqui tribe. I am honored to read the land acknowledgement for you today. On behalf of Pima County residents, we honor the tribal nations who have served as caretakers of this land from time immemorial and respectfully acknowledge the ancestral homelands of the Tohono O'odham Nation and the multi-millennial presence of the Bosco Yaqui tribe within Pima County. Consistent with Pima County's commitment to diversity and inclusion, we strive toward building equal partner relationships with Arizona's tribal nations. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. Then we'll do pause for pause.
Hi, everybody. Today, for Pause for Pause, I wanted to introduce you to my friend Annie. As you can see, she's missing one of her eyeballs, but it's okay. She came in that way, so she's been living a long time with only one eye, and she gets around just fine with that. She's about 11 years old. She was owner surrendered, and we're just looking for a new foster adoptive home where she can put on a couple LBs and hang out. As you can see, she's a very easygoing lady who definitely likes some treats, don't you? Yeah, she likes the treats. And just a little fun fact for you about PAC. German Shepherds are the #1 breed of dog that come into the shelter. So if you love German Shepherds, come on down. I think I walked past 6 of them in a small walk to this play yard where I'm at. So we currently have about 450 dogs in the shelter and 80 cats in the shelter, plus another 1,100 dogs and cats in foster homes that are looking for permanent homes. All of our adoption fees are currently waived, whether you want a puppy, an adult dog, you name it, we've got it. Come on down to adopt. If you want to foster, you're not ready for that commitment, we'd love for you to foster, whether it's a weekend getaway or a short-term 2-week foster. We need to know more about these dogs in order to place them best into homes. Or maybe you don't want to do either of those things. Maybe you want to come down and volunteer with Dogs Like Annie. And we can use all those things. Please go to pima.gov /animal care to learn more. Hope to see you guys soon. Bye.
Thank you, Monica. We have a few requests for point of personal privilege, so I'll call in Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Today, June 6th, marks the 79th anniversary of the Normandy invasion known as D-Day. By the combined Allied forces totaling an unthinkable effort of millions of soldiers, many, if not most, just barely out of high school. Thousands died that day fighting against the evil forces of tyranny, fascism, and racist supremacy in the Nazis' efforts of world takeover and domination. The multitudes who died did so in their unwavering belief of preserving, protecting, and defending freedom over slavery, life over death, and ultimately right over wrong. Their fight, their deaths, and the final Allied victory sustained our precious rights and the founding principles of our country, the most precious of which is the people's right to free speech. Their gallant sacrifices of 79 years ago will never be in vain, and to give these fallen heroes the honor they are due, we must continue their fight to safeguard free speech, which is more and more frequently coming under attack and erosion. Vigilantly defending free speech honors their memory and their final sacrifices that must always be remembered this day and every day. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Christie. Supervisor Bronson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I hope that we'll have a moment of silence after I read this statement. Josh Liffington, who worked for the Pima County Public Defender, passed earlier this week. Josh worked for the county for over 8 years. He started as a law clerk to the Honorable Scott Rash and then became an attorney at the Pima County Attorney's Office. He moved to the Public Defender's Office in 2017. Josh represented clients in specialty courts, including drug court, mental health court, and the DTAP program. Josh was dedicated and compassionate. He was an attorney and a fierce advocate for those suffering from substance abuse and mental health disorders. Josh was passionate about making sure the criminal justice system treated everyone with fairness and respected and strove to improve the system to better serve his clients. He will be missed, and if we could just have a moment of silence. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Bronson. And I do want to make note that it is Supervisor Hines' birthday today. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Okay. So we have some agenda adjustments. I'll turn it over to our clerk.
Okay, on page 3, item 8, executive session with the City of Tucson deferential water rate lawsuit. This item will be heard at a time certain of 10 a.m. On page 4, item 14, under Flood Control District Board, contract with the Arizona Board of Regents, amendment number 3. This item is for a 5-year term extension, $200,000 per year. Page 4, item 18, Board of Supervisors, lawsuit related to the City of Tucson differential water rate. This item will be heard following executive session. On page 5, item 22, Community and Workforce Development, Pima County Regional Affordable Housing Gap Funding Recommendations. The county administrator requests this item be continued to the board meeting of June 20th. On page 7, item 33, Community and Workforce Development, it is a contract with Child Parent Centers, Inc., amendment number 1. This item is for a 2-year term extension, $877,595 per year. Page 7, item 37, Economic Development. It's a contract with Sun Corridor, Inc. This item will be heard at a time certain of 11 a.m. On page 13, item 77, under Environmental Quality, it is a hearing, solid waste fee schedule. It's ordinance number 2023-11. The county administrator requests this item be continued to the board meeting of June 20th. On the consent calendar, page 15, item 4, elections precinct committeeman. Staff requests the following name be removed from the appointment list. Patrice Unruh, 194 rep. On the addendum agenda, page 2, item 5, Board of Supervisors, Affordable Housing Gap Funding Recommendations. Supervisor Hines requests this item be continued to the board meeting of June 20th. And on page 3, item 8, under County Attorney, Conflict of Interest Waiver, this item will be heard following executive session. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, now we're on presentation and proclamation. Item 5 is the presentation of proclamation to Matt McGlone, Community Outreach Coordinator, Pima County Office Emergency Management, Ken Drawd, Warning Coordination Meteorologist, National Weather Service Tucson, Joseph Kafari, Program Coordinator, Pima County Regional Flood Control. I won't go through all of them. This is for proclaiming Monsoon Safety Awareness Week. So if all of you that are here for that proclamation can come forward.
I'll move the item.
Thank you. I'll second. A motion is second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously.
You're back again. And we're going, I hope we get, a monsoon pontification. When is it coming and how will it be?
We're in the same spot. Whereas the National Weather Service monitors severe weather and provides warnings to people within Pima County 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and whereas the National Weather Service works in close cooperation with the local media outlets to provide critical weather information as quickly as possible to protect lives and property from the hazards of severe weather, and whereas due to its location and geography, Pima County frequently experiences thunderstorm-generated wind, dust, electrical storms, and dangerous flash floods during the monsoon, all of which pose a considerable threat to the community. And whereas public safety during the monsoon begins with teamwork between community partners and emergency response agencies who unite to promote flood safety awareness and advance the life-saving message of stay weather aware, time to prepare. And whereas the National Weather Service works in conjunction with the Pima County Office of Emergency Management, the Pima County Regional Flood Control District, the Pima County Sheriff's Department, the Pima County Department of Environmental Quality, municipal and tribal jurisdictional partners, the American Red Cross, utility partners, local media partners, volunteer organizations, and other federal and state agencies to inform the community about what to do when severe weather strikes during the monsoon. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the week of June 11 through June 17, 2023 to be Monsoon Safety Awareness Week and encourages all citizens to acquaint themselves with severe weather safety information and to use these life-saving recommendations to protect themselves and their families from the hazards that accompany the monsoon. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you very much. The Office of Emergency Management appreciates the Board of Supervisors' support in this proclamation and to the whole community as it pertains to the monsoons hopefully coming. So without further ado, I'm going to let Ken have a few words here, hopefully with some good monsoon news, hopefully.
Thanks, Matt, and thanks, Matt, for coordinating to get this proclamation, and thank you to the board for giving this proclamation to us. Again, for as far as the monsoon goes, one final thanks before I move on to the monsoon prediction. Thanks to all the other public safety agencies, such as Flood Control and Red Cross and others who help folks prepare for the monsoon and those dangers, and then help them out when unfortunately bad things do happen during the monsoon. There is damage, things like that occur. This year, official prediction, after two fairly active monsoons, actually official prediction is leaning slightly drier toward the dry end for this year's monsoon. Certainly, it kind of looks like we're going to be off to a little bit of a sluggish start. Fortunately, we had some rains here in May and some earlier during the cool season that helped us out. But could be that we start out slow and then try to kind of make up for it toward the end of the monsoon in August and maybe September, but it's usually tough to catch up if you run behind in July, but we'll see how that all pans out. That said, even if we are drier than normal, certainly there are going to be thunderstorms that are very ferocious at times, and certainly if you are the one that's impacted by one of those storms, it can bring some havoc into your life. And again, we thank the folks that help, all the public safety agencies that help people get back on their feet after such disasters strike. Thank you.
Thanks, Ken.
No?
Red Cross will be there when you need us.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item 6 is the presentation of proclamation to Carl Wagner, the Chair of the Pima County Division of American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, AFSCME, Jen Wagner and Cyril Wagner, members of the Pima County Division of AFSCME, proclaiming the month of June 2023 to be Pride Month in Pima County. I'll move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Madam Chair.
Aye.
Madam Chair, opposed?
Yeah, okay. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Supervisor Christie votes no. Item passes
No,
4-1.
Madam Chair, for discussion?
No, we're just going to, it's a proclamation. We've just moved the item, and so I'm going to present it. So I can go ahead and do that. Okay.
Yeah, where do I?
You can stand in the middle. Yeah, I know. We ready? Okay. Whereas the Pima County Board of Supervisors recognizes the month of June 2023 as Lesbian, Gay, Bisexual, Transgender, and Queer LGBTQ Pride Month throughout Pima County. And whereas Pima County honors the history of the LGBTQ liberation movement and supports the rights of all citizens to experience equality and freedom from discrimination. And whereas LGBTQ individuals have an immeasurable impact on the cultural, civic, and economic successes of our country. And while society at large increasingly supports LGBTQ equality, the need for education and awareness remains vital. And whereas this nation was founded on the principle that every individual has dignity and worth, and the Pima County Board of Supervisors calls upon the residents of our community to embrace this principle and work to eliminate prejudice everywhere it exists. And whereas celebrating Pride Month brings awareness and provides support and advocacy for Pima County's LGBTQ community, and is an opportunity to take action and engage in dialogue to strengthen alliances, build acceptance, and advance equal rights. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Pima County Board of Supervisors hereby proclaims the month of June 2023 to be Pride Month in Pima County in support of LGBTQ community and recognizes all LGBTQ residents whose influential and lasting contributions to our neighborhoods make Pima County a vibrant community in which to live, work, and visit. Passed and adopted this 6th day of June 2023. Thank you.
First, I'd like to say thank you, Senator Supervisor Grijalva and your office for allowing us to do this and for supporting this proclamation. But most of all, I want to say thank you to everybody here who has showed up, whether you're part of the community, the LGBTQ community, or just a community member here in Pima County. I'm proud to say that I've called Pima County my home for my whole life. I love living here. I love the community we have here. And as a trans person, I am grateful to have a board and a community that will show their love and support for us in a time where we really, really need it. So thank you guys so much. It means the world to all of us to have you here showing our support, and it just makes me happy to see such a lovely and welcoming community. Thank you.
Okay. Now we're on to call to the public. Citizens attending meetings shall observe rules of propriety, decorum, and good conduct. Any person making personal or impertinent or slanderous remarks or who becomes boisterous while addressing the board may be removed by the sergeant at arms if directed by the chair. Such person may be barred from further audience before the board. Unauthorized remarks from the audience, stomping of feet, whistling, yells, and similar demonstrations shall not be permitted by the chair, who may direct offenders from the hearing room. With that, we will start. And when I'm going to call 3 people at a time. If you all can come up to the front, that would be very helpful. Gisela Aaron, Lynn Blankmanship, and Jim McFadden.
Good morning. My name is Gisela Aaron, and I live in Tucson. I've prepared a different statement for today. However, when I saw what's on the agenda, I was really appalled. First of all, I have friends that are gay, lesbians, and I have worked with gay and lesbians, and I love them the way they are. I have nothing against gay or lesbian community, but I think it's a little bit inappropriate, at the least, to have an entire month dedicated to this, when in fact the veterans and our fallen heroes only get 1 day each year. And that's the only thing I have to say about that. Regarding trying to cancel our free speech, that's very disgusting. I'm really sorry for you that you got roped into by Matt Heinz and Grijalva for their purposes. Sad. Then I would like to go to item number 29. Your selling of your communications easement. Ms. Lesher, you proposed this to the members. And I know what you're doing. We know what you're doing. You're trying to quickly sell your liability before you get sued, possibly. All we ask is that you meet with the community, that you have a hearing, and that you put in a protective ordinance. You put in ordinance for anything and everything, proclamations like you do every time. Why can't you just put in a protective ordinance for 5G? We're not against 5G. There are solutions, and we proposed them to you for the last 2 years. We have tried to meet with the city council. We have tried to meet with you, and you won't allow it, and that's disgusting. Why can't you put in an ordinance to protect our rights? To protect your own children, to protect the community, the safety, and property values. Property values plunge 20% if those 5G towers are here. We have already paid in 1990 with our taxes fiber optics, and they are underground already. All we need is to connect them to the premise, and that's the solution, one of the solutions. But trying to say that the state is responsible, the legislators are responsible for this, that's not true. You can put in a protective ordinance. The city can put in a protective ordinance. That's all we're asking. Please follow the law. Thank you.
Thank you. Lynn Blankenship.
Chair Grijalva, fellow supervisors, and county staff. My name is Lynn Blankenship. I'm a Tucson native, born and raised in Pima County. I've been observing the County Board of Supervisors meetings for the last 2 years. The call to the public is valuable, and it has been abused by individuals who do not respect or understand civil discourse, which is the foundation of a functioning democracy. At each meeting, I expect a few individuals to use the call to the public as an opportunity to verbally attack, calling names, threatening, and yelling, believing this is their freedom of speech right. Arizona open meeting laws state the public has the right to attend, listen, and record this meeting. The public does not have the right to speak or disrupt. The call to the public section is not about freedom of speech. When the board addresses agenda item 19 this morning, please discuss how you will enforce the orderly conduct policy already in place. Chair Grijalva, reads Policy K7 at the opening of each call to the public. Chair Grijalva has put considerable effort into reining in the mean, angry, and hate-filled behaviors that individuals believe they are entitled to spew in this space. Civil discourse is fundamental to free speech, and you, as a board, have the responsibility to work together in supporting Chair Grijalva in cleaning up this toxic mess. I have 5 suggestions. Turn off the microphone, not just at 2-minute limit. Turn off the microphone for any personal, impertinent, or slanderous remarks, and if the individual becomes boisterous. If they do not calmly return to their seat, have them removed from the building. 2, thank Chair Grijalva when she takes a short meeting break following disruptive behavior in the audience. 3, support efforts to legally bar any individuals from meetings who refuse to be civil. 4, shorten the time for each speaker to 2 minutes. And 5, have a call to the public agenda item once a month, a reminder that the ability to speak in this meeting is a privilege and not a right. Civil discourse is the foundation of a functioning democracy. This county board is filled with intelligent and caring individuals. I urge you to work together in finding ways to create a meeting culture that feels safe for everyone.
Thank you. Jim, no booing, please. Jim McFadden.
Madam Chair and fellow Board of Supervisors, I spent the weekend thinking what I wanted to talk about, and so I must say I'm coming up here going to talk extemporaneously. Gisela, you kind of stole my thunder there, but you made a great point, and I think it's important to duplicate your efforts. My father served in World War II, 6 years, wounded twice. To honor him on Memorial Day and other veterans, and I'm a veteran, is a privilege. But to have it only for one day when we have a month for gay pride, just to me doesn't make sense. And again, I have nothing against the LGBTQT. It's just, I think our values are warped. Supervisor Scott, you did some good op-eds and articles. Really got a lot of press, and you made that go a long way, purposely, I know. But I want to point something out here. The fact that we have been the majority in this room as Republicans in the last 2-3 months, fine. Let me ask you, what happens when the LD 17 chair, Democratic chair, gets the room filled with Democrats? How are you then going to be able to equitably determine who's going to speak, and how is that going to be justified? That's a curious question I really have to ask you. I mean, would you be handling the situation the same in terms of time for them to speak, the Democratic people or independents or whatever? Just the fact that the Republican Party has been very vocal and sometimes demonstrative, I will agree. But again, that's the chair's obligation or responsibility to shut the mic off. But to thwart and limit free speech is all you're going to do is you're going to exasperate the issue of having more Republicans here, and we will be fit for fire, let me tell you. So I just say to you, think this through, that we need to have an equitable playing field for everybody. Republicans, Democrats, Independents. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Cyril Wagner, followed by Carl Wagner and Corey Stevens.
Okay. Hi. I really just wanted to come up here to say thank you again to the board, especially Matt Hines and Grijalva, sorry, Supervisor Hines, Supervisor Grijalva. As I said before, I am a lifelong Pima County resident. I am very proud to call Pima County and Tucson my home. And the LGBTQ community here is a really, really vibrant one, especially the trans community. And while currently I would call Tucson a really safe space for all of us, things are happening all across the country right now. People are trying to take away our right to be ourselves, our right to access medical care, life-saving medical care, our right to exist in public, to use the restrooms we want to use, to be called the names we want to be called. And I guess I just wanted to come up here and really, really thank you guys, because even living here, somewhere where I have felt safe, it's terrifying right now for us. It really is. And, people can roll their eyes and people can say, just don't bring it to our children, right? I've known I was trans since I was 13 years old. I was a trans child. And being allowed to be myself, being in a school that supported me here in Pima County, actually, SUSD, they were wonderful, saved me from, I'll be quite honest, from death. I would have made some really bad choices if it had not been for such a supportive community. So I just wanted to tell you guys that no matter what you guys hear today from other people, that your support, just the simple act of designating June as Pride Month, acknowledging us, acknowledging that we live here, that we're a part of this community, and that we are loved by much of this community, is something that is amazing for all of us, really. And I want to thank you all, especially you two, for being so supportive of this. And I hope that in the future, Pima County and the board especially can continue to be such amazing allies to this community, because we see it and we really appreciate it, and we really, really thank you guys for it. So, and before I forget, Supervisor Scott, your wonderful op-ed a few weeks ago in support of the trans students at, I believe it was Catalina. I want you to know that I believe my mother spoke to you about this when she was here last, but reading it made me cry in a really good way. And I just wanted to let you know how meaningful it was to me and to all of us. So thank you guys so much. And I, again, hope in the future we can continue to build this allyship, because it really makes it a safe place for all of us. So thank you.
Thank you. Carl Wagner.
Good morning, Chair Grijalva and Board of Supervisors. Give me 1 minute to pull this up here. Today, I'm speaking on behalf of my family and my union. First off, I'd like to thank the Board of Supervisors, and specifically Chair Grijalva and her office, for coordinating and presenting the proclamation this morning. I would like to thank AFSCME Local 449 for sponsoring the proclamation, and most of all, I would like to thank each and every person that took the time out of their day to show up and to support the community. Our local has had some challenges over the last year. However, I have seen new leadership with a renewed focus on our community as a whole, and specifically the LGBTQIA+ community. I want to say to the community that we see you, we support you, and we will be here right beside you until you don't have to fight to exist. Happy Pride.
Thank you. Corey Stevens. And following Ms. Stevens, we have Sharon Bikes, Sharon Green, and Steve Swain.
Corey Stevens, District 2. Approximately 6 million illegal aliens have entered our country since the Biden administration has taken office. We received illegal aliens from 162 countries. There are only 195 countries in the world. I find it hard to believe that all these people from 162 countries are escaping their country because they fear persecution from their government. Could it be they're not being persecuted by their government, but are in fact economic migrants coming to our country for a handout or to find work? That's exactly what it is, and that excludes them from receiving refugee and/or asylee status. Please refer to them by their proper status, illegal aliens, Matt. The majority of illegal aliens that are entering the U.S. are not being processed for asylum. The biggest reason they're not eligible is country of origin, which plays a role in determining if the individual is eligible for asylum. Currently, per DHS, the country of origin changes weekly. 1 week it could be Venezuela, next Cuba, or the following week it could be Haiti. If the alien is processed for asylum, they are not paroled into the U.S. They're processed as notice to appear with warrant for arrest and sent to a detention facility to await asylum hearing. So the people here in our city receiving benefits that you gave them with our tax dollars are illegal aliens, Matt. The pictures you see behind me are a mere fraction of the American citizens killed by illegal aliens every year. Matt Hines wants you to believe that Pima County and Katie Hobbs have the border crisis and invasion under control, that this is a humanitarian effort. Showing up at an NGO's welcome center with Hobbs Media and having the red carpet rolled out for you is myopic and denying the reality of what's truly happening at our southern border. Let's be honest, it's a political photo op. I suggest you go down and spend some time at the border with the hard-working men and women of CBP and DHS and find out what's really going on. Or go visit the illegal shelter in Arivaca that Ben Berquam and Real America Voice found that is being operated by 2 NGOs in Tucson that in part is being funded by Pima County and taxpayer dollars. No more deaths in the Universalist Unitarian Church. Why is Pima County and this board funding human trafficking? That's what I want to know. That's what the citizens of Pima County want to know. Why are we allowing human trafficking and fentanyl killing Pima County citizens? I demand answers. These people behind me demand answers.
Sharon White.
Good morning, Supervisors. I'm Sharon Fickus, a second-generation legal U.S. resident residing in Green Valley. Regarding transportation, $20 million road budget, that's what I'm concerned about. May 16, there was an addendum, item 5. It was generally called PAYGO. It included a May 12 Jan Lesher memo. That memo provided various scenarios modifying the proposed budget. It provided much-needed established funding for Pima County unincorporated pavement repair and preservation. The road repair was generally known PAYGO. Supervisor Christie's motion, seconded by Supervisor Bronson, would provide scenarios 1 and 2. That was from Ms. Lesher's memo. It was supported the PAYGO funds, eliminating specific budgeted funds, reducing expenses, and holding off on filling vacancies. These 2 scenarios did not add any taxes to the Pima County taxpayers. They provided repair and preservation options. As my friend Garrett said, I would have 3 things I want you to know. District 2 benefited the most from the previous PAYGO event, the program. They had the greatest number and the most road miles updated and repaired. Number 2, Supervisor Rex Scott voted no against this additional budget funds for roads. Supervisor Christie's motion failed 2-3. Rex Scott could have been our hero for roads. Unincorporated roads. Rex Scott, you missed the boat. You are not in favor of roads. You are not showing your support for all of Pima County. You are not our road hero. Now, $20 million, item 3, is now provided in the transportation budget. When we continue to dodge potholes, we continue to have problems with our roads, and they're trying to save our vehicles from having a problem. Go ahead and call Rex Scott. Tell him that he's not our hero for roads, and we need money to do those roads. I'm fed up with lousy roads. I'm fed up with money going to nonprofit organizations supporting illegals. I'm fed up with illegals using my tax money, my county and my federal money, to invade my country. I'm fed up with mandates, vaccines, masks, closings, and porn in public libraries. I'm fed up with you trying to restrict my right to free speech. Shame on you, Grijalva, for restricting the right of free speech for Christie today. That's an example of how we're limiting it. This is not about you. This call to the public is about all of us. We want you to listen to us. We want you to know what our concerns and our dreams are for Pima County. Instead, try to understand us. Try to understand we have hope for our county. And right now, my time's running out. I've got to go back to my full-time job, replacing you in the 2024 election. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Green. Sharon Green? No? Okay, Steve Spain, are you sharing? Okay. You can feel free to come forward, Mr. Spain. So, yes, yeah, thank you.
Board of Supervisors, I'm Sharon Green, a retired RN from Pima County. You seem to have become Robin Hood, but instead of robbing the rich to help the poor, you are robbing all good standing citizens who are taxpayers to provide for the needs of illegal immigrants or aliens. When my father's parents immigrated to the U.S. from Germany, just rules and requirements were followed, and they became contributing working citizens legally. They had to earn their own way. There were no free handouts. A friend told me her parents waited 6 years to be allowed to immigrate from the Philippines, and her sister, that was over 21, had to wait another 10 years to come to America. You are aiding and abetting the illegal border invasion while supporting the cartel and the murder of our people from fentanyl. More than 70,000 people have died from fentanyl. The sex trafficking and abuse of women and children is unconscionable. Pastor Jack Hibbs was recently on the border and told by a border agent patrol of a family of 4 who came across the border. The father and son were killed. The son's body, the mother and daughter were forced into sex trafficking. The son's body was filled with drugs and brought into the U.S. This is real. The nature of this invasion on our southern border contributes to crime, disease, sex trafficking, and death from fentanyl at the hands of the cartel, including a friend's 22-year-old son who died of fentanyl. The Border Patrol also report that Chinese soldiers are also illegally crossing the borders and can be found in many of our cities. You have made honest, working, upright citizens of America into victims who must pay for your free handouts that are not free. Instead, you should be supporting the law and the process of people coming into our country legally and becoming responsible, self-supporting citizens. If you want menstruating women to have menstrual products, organize groups to teach them how to make sanitary napkins with washable material. We did this in Uganda. It was very successful, and they were proud of what they'd made. And now the Ukraine appropriations have designated $75 million for harboring illegal aliens, and Tucson is a destination for some of these funds. A facility for illegal aliens now in Arivaca is being paid in part by Pima County. More robbery of our citizens. Give a man a fish, and he will eat for a day. Teach a man to fish, and he will eat for a lifetime. Illegal immigration continues to be sent. Immigrants continue to be sent throughout the U.S. We are becoming Venezuela. The policies you make directly impact whether we become a Marxist country or return to a free republic that is responsive to we the people. Choose what you will.
Thank you. Steve Spain. And following Mr. Spain, I have Kelly Smith, Barbara Monroe, and Joey Fitzgerald, and then we're going to be taking a break after that for our executive session.
Good morning. I'm going to make it really simple. We've heard for the past 15 years that elections have consequences. That's incumbent on you folks as well. You know, in the hospitality industry where I worked for many, many years, we had a saying, feedback is a gift. This is feedback. This is a gift. Anybody who takes the time out of their day to come to this meeting to share feedback with you is giving you a gift. And they're saving you, and I'm looking at you, Supervisor Scott, they're saving you from going out and soliciting that feedback. They're coming here to offer it to you. So to try to control the amount of time they have, well, it's throwing that gift back in their faces. It's rude. But it's not your duty, and it's not something you're allowed to do. Shame on you for wanting to do such a thing. Boy, I'd love for you just to strike this concept of limiting call to the public from the agenda. And I know you won't. But let me tell you, one way or the other, whether you pass it or not, you get a lot of people here who are fired up, and you got more in the wings. They're fired up about this, and they're tired of it. Keep that in mind. The other thing I want to say, there's a lot more spending on the agenda today. We've got more inflationary pressures in the economy right now than Carter has peanuts. What on earth are you doing with this spending? It doesn't matter where the money comes from, which government entity. It doesn't matter who's picking which pocket. It's coming out of our hard-earned income. Give it a rest, for Pete's sake. It's time for us to be fiscally responsible. And we're not seeing that. When you hold yourself out to be a moderate, and you got 165,000 people in your district counting on you to do exactly that, and you come in here and you show that you're anything but, elections have consequences. You get to hear about it. Enjoy the feedback. Have a great week, folks.
Kelly Smith?
My name is Kelly Smith, and I live in District 1. My name is Kelly Smith, and I live in District 1. I volunteered at Pima Animal Care Center for nearly 10 years. We've seen incredible progress during that time. I've made wonderful friends, I've fallen in love, and I've had my heart broken more times than I can count. This is Princess. She was surrendered by her beloved owner who was facing eviction and financial crisis. Princess arrived at PAC as a vibrant 1-year-old dog. She was perfect. She did well with other dogs, cats, and children, and had glowing notes from her previous home. Living at the shelter was hard for Princess from the start. Our most dedicated staff and volunteers tried to help her adjust to shelter life. Princess was not able to cope with the stress of an overcrowded shelter with limited resources and staff. If you've walked through our kennels, you've seen shelter stress. Dogs pacing and panting, trembling in the corner, or jumping, spinning, barking constantly, unable to settle or lay down to rest, eyes wide and overwhelmed by the same noise deafening your own ears. Due to shelter stress, Princess showed poorly, was difficult to handle, and was regularly overlooked in a sea of 500 homeless pets waiting for new loving homes. I recommended that Princess, who I love dearly, be humanely euthanized to save her from enduring that living hell any longer. I held Princess as she took her last breath on 11/29/22. We are in unprecedented times and facing incredible challenges. We need the community and Board of Supervisors to support us now more than ever. Dogs like Princess can have a live outcome with your support in the following areas. Ensuring transitional housing allows pets without breed restrictions for those facing financial and housing crisis. Implementing tax credits for large breed-friendly landlords without breed restrictions. Publish and disperse in all avenues at your disposal how the residents of your districts can help us continue our life-saving work now by helping us reunite stray pets with their owners, adopting and fostering. Allow PAC to transition to a limited intake model when shelter capacity reaches 425 dogs. We have seen repeatedly throughout this year, census above this number slows adoptions and increases illness in the shelter. This year alone, it's cost us greatly with 7 outbreaks already this year. As one of the nation's most progressive shelters, we are routinely doing the very difficult work of comparable shelters across the country with a fraction of the staff and a much smaller budget. Volunteers are regularly providing enough support to equal 41 full-time paid employees. We do everything staff does and more because there aren't enough paid staff in these positions. Together, we still do not have enough time to do everything for the pets in our care. We are barely treading water and have been for 2 years. Please keep this in mind for future budget discussions and consider providing severely underpaid staff with more competitive market wages. Princess is now a statistic in reports that cross your desk. It's important for you to know her name and know that she was loved and deserved to live.
Thank you. Thank you. Barbara Monroe.
Riker died yesterday. Physically, he was a seemingly healthy 4-year-old dog. Mentally, the overcrowded shelter absolutely broke him. My name is Barbara Monroe from District 4. I've been an RN for 23 years by profession and a shelter volunteer and dog advocate for 9 years by passion. I feel extremely lucky to be part of such a life-saving community because I know other places have it much worse. Over the past 9 years, I've seen and witnessed incredible saves, transformational journeys from previously unmanageable dogs, snarling, baring teeth, and lunging from behind the kennel bars, to adoptable, trusting dogs finding their forever families. Transformations made possible because a lower shelter population allowed the volunteers and staff the time to work with these dogs. However, in the past 2 years, I've seen PAC's shelter census and others nationwide steadily rise above capacity with only momentary periods of reprieve. We are in crisis. And those who don't intimately know the shelter system think, what's the problem? PAC was granted a multi-million-dollar tax bond for a new shelter. Why can't we save them all? Or why save any of them? There has to be enough bandwidth. They don't understand capacity for care. There has to be enough caretakers, whether staff or volunteers, time, resources, and especially the mental and emotional health reserves of those caretakers. And constantly living in such an overcrowded environment has drastic repercussions. Dogs will continue to decline, diseases spread, dog fights increase, and volunteer and staff burnout will continue to occur. We need solutions. Euthanizing 1, 2, or even 200 dogs for space today will not solve the larger problem. Without consistent change, we'll be back at capacity in 1 or 2 months' time. It's not the solution. But managed intake when over capacity can be part of the solution so that the census remains more manageable and humane. There are some tough dogs who would have had a chance years ago with a smaller population. I should know. I've adopted 6 of them and helped countless others, but I couldn't help Riker. These are dogs who just need some time, work, and dedication, which are luxuries we no longer have. There are too many dogs. We are slowly drowning, just trying to keep ourselves afloat, barely staying alive with what little gasps of air we can take in order to help these dogs hang on just a little bit longer. We've been saying it's not sustainable for the better part of 2 years, and now is the time for action. Riker died yesterday. But in another time, under less stressful conditions, would he have had to? We will never know. Let us change for all the current and future Rikers. Thank you.
Thank you. Joey Fitzgerald.
Good morning. My name is Joey Fitzgerald, and I've been a resident of Pima County for about 30 years now in District 1. I'm a current volunteer at Pima Animal Care Center, and have been volunteering there for about 8 years. And I've witnessed, along with my fellow volunteers, how current housing costs, pet weight, and breed restrictions in the community are separating beloved pets from their families and contributing to the shelter overpopulation crisis. In 2022, nearly 4,000 pets were surrendered to PAC by their families. Half of these pets were surrendered due to housing restrictions and/or financial struggles. PAC has prevented a number of surrenders with their progressive programs, but when we look at the reasons animals enter the program in the first place, it only shines a larger light on the need for pet owners to have affordable and accessible housing. In recently pulled PAC safety net foster data, we learned the following from 472 individuals requesting assistance. 40% were homeless with their pet, and 46% had temporary placement with their pet but couldn't stay where they were. 38% were in this situation due to eviction or foreclosure. 11% were escaping domestic violence situations and needed a safe place for their pet. And 35% answered other, and when asked to elaborate further, many indicated their landlord would not accept their pet. Of over 100 apartment complexes in Pima County, only about 10 of them are large breed friendly. And of the small minority of these breed and weight inclusive complexes, the associated pet deposits and monthly fees still price out many would-be renters. There are local organizations, including PAC, that do and have helped individuals with this cost, but PAC and nonprofits alone cannot correct a broken system. Of roughly 12 transitional housing facilities in Tucson, about 3 will allow pets, but only under specific circumstances that are not met by most individuals seeking urgent shelter. PAC's safety net program has helped many of these pet owners, but again, PAC and nonprofits alone cannot correct a societal foundation that fails to value pets as family members. We need to advocate for affordable and accessible large breed friendly housing. Some suggestions: offer tax incentive to landlords with no breed or weight restrictions. Offer tax incentive to landlords with no or low monthly pet fees. Build transitional housing facilities with pets in mind. Restrict rental and lease agreements from discrimination based solely on breed or weight. AZ House Bill 2323 goes into effect next month, which prohibits rental and home insurance policies from discriminating based on breed. So we have a foundation for that. This crisis affects a significant portion of Pima County residents, and we hope to see legislative action.
Thank you. Okay, so can I get a motion to move into executive session for agenda item 8 and addendum item 1 and 2?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by, motion by Supervisor Bronson, second by Supervisor Hines. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. So we'll be in recess until we come back from executive session. Thanks. It's white, technically. Okay, we're back in session. If I could ask everyone to go ahead and have a seat, please. So, we discussed item 8, executive session item 8, and this is regarding the City of Tucson water differential lawsuit. That was for information. Now we're going to vote on item 18.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
I'd like to move to allow council, if necessary, to name nominal plaintiffs, Supervisor Sharon Bronson and Supervisor Rex Scott, as to the differential water rate lawsuit.
Second.
So I have a motion by Supervisor Christie and a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? Oh, no. All in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Aye. Item passes 4-1. And I voted no. Okay, 4-1. I did. And now we're going to go to addendum item, executive session item 1. This was just legal advice regarding a decision Pima County Sheriff's Department versus FEMRIS. That was just legal advice. Now we're on to 2. This is regarding waiving a conflict of interest waiver, and this was just information. So now we'll go to item 8 to vote on that item. And item 8 is a conflict of interest waiver regarding Mesh, Clark, and Rothschild's request for a conflict of interest.
Move to waive.
Thank you. So I have Supervisor Bronson move the item, Supervisor Christie seconded. Any discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Okay. Now we can take a couple of speakers, and then we have an item that it's at 11 o'clock time certain. So we could take 3 speakers. John McLean. Thank you. Roger Score and Janet Newstetter. Are you all here? Janet? Okay, great. Thank you. Please go ahead. Thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is John McLean. I've been a resident of Pima County for 37 years. The last 33 years in District 4. I volunteered at PAC for over 6 years, and prior to that volunteered at the Humane Society. My particular concern is the importation and sale of factory farmed puppies into Pima County. 2 retail stores opened within the last 5 years, and a third recently leased space will be opening soon. With hundreds of adoptable dogs at PAC, there's no excuse for importing designer dogs from out-of-state puppy mills into Pima County. One can draw a direct line between the importation and sale of out-of-state dogs to the euthanasia of dogs at PAC. Tucson, Phoenix, and Tempe had bans on puppy mill stores up until 2016. That's the year when the state legislature passed a law written by Frank Mineo, who owns Animal Kingdom, which explicitly preempted any local control. Despite all the loopholes in this law, both Animal Kingdom at Tucson Mall and Pets at Park Place have been cited by both state and county authorities for violations of the state act. Despite the state preemption, there are a number of actions that Pima County can take to address this problem. First, the statute explicitly calls for county authorities to enforce the regulations, and I would ask that Pima County make it a priority to pursue all appropriate enforcement actions. Pets at Park Place was cited by PAC officers in December, just this last December, but no fines or penalties were assessed. When I visited the store last week, I noted a number of continuing violations. Let me suggest that further violations be addressed with serious fines and sanctions as allowed by current state law. Second, let me suggest that the county prepare an ordinance banning retail sales of puppy mill dogs with the proviso that the ordinance will not go into effect until the preemption clause is lifted. A bill to strike preemption was introduced into the Arizona House this last January but did not get to a vote. But given the interest across the state, I expect the preemption clause will be removed in the next legislative session. Finally, I would suggest a legal challenge to the current preemption clause. The state legislature is on a campaign to preempt local control on a wide variety of issues, undermining the authority of the Board of Supervisors and disenfranchising all citizens of Pima County. The state has not put forward any compelling reason for preemption of local control, but Pima County bears the burden of this state law, including time spent for inspection and enforcement by our animal protection officers, pressure on county shelters, and ultimately, euthanasia of adoptable dogs in county care. This preemption clause is ripe for legal challenge and will allow Pima County to reassert local control over local issues. I respectfully request the Board of Supervisors direct the county attorney to pursue a legal challenge over state overreach.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Roger, score.
Board, Chairman Garalva, I want to address a problem with the 2-minute and 20 people, because every meeting, you guys bring up people that support you, from animal shelter to different groups, and you have your promotion here that goes on and on for the first hour of the meeting. So it's not fair representation to then tell the rest of us we only have 2 minutes. So either you want to do your job or you don't. And Rex, there wouldn't be all of us here if it wasn't for you making everybody angry. Obviously, they're upset with the job you're doing. Your boss will not address you unless if you're screwing up on the job. Get it together. And animal shelter in 2014, we had a proposition that was heavily contested that passed for $22 million. This is an animal penthouse. Now, what if we end up with 10 million dogs here? I mean, other cities is going to start sending their dogs here because we'll pay to keep them alive, we'll house them. And who cares if you have free adoption? My Labrador just took a left turn. It cost me $5,000 to get it operated on. Its knee. So you give a homeless guy a free dog, you give him a free house, and you're going to pay out thousands of dollars to keep the dog healthy. Pets aren't free once you own them. You got to feed them, take them to the vet. Are we paying for all that too as taxpayers? I grew up on a farm. If we had too many cows, we euthanized them. As far as Rex, you told me the reason that rag Mexican flag was flying out there is because it used to fly over Arizona. Well, the Confederate flag used to fly over here too. So if you're just doing history and not picking and choosing, maybe that ought to fly. I support the LGBTQYZ community. And I support abortion. I follow the science. In nature, if you got a screwed up gene pool, you do not reproduce. I do not want these people reproducing.
Sir, thank you. You can have a seat.
I still have
Thank you.
17
No,
seconds.
Don't. You've offensive language. You can have a seat. Thank you so much. Thank you. You can have a seat. Thank you. Janet Newstetter, followed by Jess Lasoya.
Hi, good morning. Thank you. My name is Janet Newstetter. I'm in District 18, LD 18, and this is my first time speaking at the Board of Supervisors meeting. I looked up what is the job of the Board of Supervisors, and the first sentence that it says on your website is responsible for steering public policy in the region, which I would assume means free speech. So I'm specifically asking to address Mr. Scott, and I'm going to use your own words. So you wrote that one of the local political parties has actively encouraged members to sign up and speak at our meetings. I think these are public meetings. Their county chair speaks at every meeting, as do many of his officers and precinct leaders. They coordinate their messaging, prepare signs, display, and sometimes wear the same clothing. Oh my gosh. I think there was a lot of people on two different sides of this spectrum today wearing their own clothing. So I think that's a right to wear whatever clothing we want to wear. So I'm wondering if it makes an impact to you. So if you were an educator, you had a classroom, you had children, maybe the kids that were the most vocal were the ones that you went home at night and thought, how can I reach them? How can I help them? How can I really make their education better? So maybe louder voices in this room, although I do agree they have to stay in the containment of the direction of the board, maybe they need to be heard more. Maybe you need to go back to your meetings and say, you know what? They had a good point, because they keep coming back. We can't get rid of them. You'd love to get rid of them, but you can't, because we're passionate about what's happening in our town and in our city. So to say we're going to restrict speech because we don't like what you're talking about is ridiculous, number one. My second point, I saw you speak at the Catalina Foothills District. I also spoke at that board meeting, and it was a privilege and a right, to get up there and speak in front of the board. So what did they do? Turn around and say, we don't like as many people talking. We don't want to hear their voices. We're going to restrict their time and let less people in the room. I would like you to be a better example than that board and stand up for your constituents here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors. This is my first meeting, and so my words are inspired today from what I saw. Today, as we gather here, we have the opportunity to recognize the intrinsic value in each one of us as Americans. We all have the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. However, it is not always easy to remember this fact in today's polarized society. We need to acknowledge that every one of us is a vital part of that fabric that makes up this great nation. It is our diversity and individuality that, when woven together, creates a beautifully complex tapestry that is uniquely American. The diversity is one of the hallmarks of our country. Regardless of our ethnicity, gender, sexual orientation, race, or religion, we are all Americans. In order to truly embrace this idea, we must recognize that acceptance and love for one another unites us far more than any differences that may initially appear that divides us. The American dream is a concept that is synonymous with pushing yourself beyond the limits and achieving success through hard work and dedication. It is captivating and it's an inspiring idea that draws in millions of people from all over the world every year. This dream is what has driven individuals to build successful careers, start successful businesses, and to create a better life for themselves and the generations around them. A dream founded upon the principles of equal opportunity, the freedom to pursue happiness, and upward social mobility. However, the unfortunate reality is that for many individuals in America, the American dream is nothing but a far-off fantasy that is almost impossible to achieve. The doors of opportunity are not open to all, especially those who come from disadvantaged backgrounds. It's time for us to wake up from the fantasy of what we could be and start making tangible efforts to ensure that the dream remains alive and well for generations to come. We need to work together as a nation to build a society that is inclusive, diverse, and equitable. Only then can we truly claim the American dream as something that is open to all of us. For those of us who believe in God, it is imperative that we practice loving our neighbors just as we love ourselves. After all, it is only when we come together with love and kindness for one another that we can truly create a better world and live up to the divine word. So Pima County residents, let us come together today to show one another the respect and kindness that we all deserve. This is a great society, and we can make it greater by working together with one another in unity and purpose in order to make our society an even better place. It is important that we come together in unity and purpose. This means setting aside our differences and working towards common goals that benefit everyone. We need to focus on advocating for positive change and taking actions to make a difference in our communities. So let us take the steps towards creating a better community by putting our words into actions. Yours truly, a person who grew up in foster care, was once a member of gangs, struggled with addiction for nearly 2 decades, served time in prison, and now currently making a significant impact in his community. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to go ahead and take a pause in the call to the audience and go to item 37, which is being heard at 11 o'clock. This is Sun Corridor, Inc. to provide economic development for Pima County in Southern Arizona. General fund contract amount, $650,000.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor
I'll move
Bronson.
the item.
Second.
I have a motion from Supervisor Bronson and a second by Supervisor Scott. Is there a presentation on this item?
Chair Grijalva, you do have the chair, the incoming chair, and the vice president of Sun Corridor. If they wish to say anything, they're waving hello, so that apparently not.
Hello.
Thank you.
Okay. And so any discussion from board members?
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
I wondered if I could, is Mr. Vescovi-Chiordi here today? Okay, there he is. All right, thank you. Mr. Vescovi-Chiordi is our Director of Economic Development, and I really would like to have some comments to the board, both from Mr. Vescovi-Chiordi and also from anybody that Sun Corridor International wants to send up, Incorporated, I'm sorry, on their behalf, because we just passed the Economic Development Strategic Plan, and this item makes reference not just to the Economic Development Strategic Plan, but also the economic blueprint from Sun Corridor Incorporated, first drafted in 2014 and then updated in 2021, and also the Pivot Playbook, which was designed by Sun Corridor to help the region to come out of the pandemic on a strong footing. So I'd really like to hear some comments not only that speak to your partnership, how you work together, but also how your work together supports the collaborative regional approach that is noted in the item documents.
Chair, Vice Chair, can everybody hear me okay? Thank you so much for the question, Supervisor. So the contract that we have is extremely complementary for the work that we do. So as economic developers, we are fully aware that it is a team sport. The way that we operate within our department is on behalf of the public sector. So we operate in the public space very well, very efficiently. Our economic development strategic plan is a demonstration of that, and that's a codified document now about the work that we're going to be doing. The work that Sun Corridor does with their Pivot Playbook and their strategic planning documents, once again, is complementary to what we do. They operate in a different space, but again, a complementary kind of confluence, if you will, of the work that we do and the work that they do comes together. So our work is done in lockstep effectively. We have frequent meetings literally every single month on individual projects. We also get general cumulative updates from them, excuse me, every single month. And we also, on a project-to-project basis, are working with one another effectively every single day. So what I can say is that, again, the relationship between Sun Corridor, Inc. and economic development for Pima County, as well as the county as a regional service entity, is quite strong. And I think that's reflected in the contract that we have and the confluence of our economic development strategic plans.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. Could I request Ms. Lesher and Mr. Vescovi-Chiordi that when we get reports to the board from Sun Corridor, could they be augmented, supplemented actually is a better term, by a report from your office in terms of how what we're hearing from Sun Corridor in that particular report aligns with the key performance indicators in the Economic Development Strategic Plan? Because I know that we get reports from Sun Corridor, we get reports from you. What I'm asking for is some greater alignment in that reporting so that the board sees that work that you're doing together on promoting that collaborative regional approach.
Chair, Vice Chair, Supervisors, I believe we can do that. Yes, sir.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have an indication of the percentage of Sun Corridor's budget that Pima County contributes? I believe it's 27%, but does that sound right?
That sounds about
Okay. Okay. Feel free to come on.
Chair Grijalva, members of the board, yes, that's correct. Last week we
distributed to Heath here, that ratio, and that has come down over the years from a high of probably 15 years ago, which was almost 100%. Sharon's going to be down to this. So,
I think my concern is that one of the businesses that our office had the largest number of constituents reach out to us with grave concerns was something that was highlighted as saying, Sun Corridor brought you, Pima County, this organization. And so I feel like we as a county have to work much closer with Sun Corridor to try to talk to them about what are the priorities, what are some things that, don't bring this business that utilizes this much water or was going to do, if it's really not contributing to our community, if it's, all of the products are going to be sent out and we're not really reaping any of the benefits. I think that that's a really helpful discussion that we should have here at the board, because my concern is, we've heard the stories of companies that come in and bottle up our water and send it off. We've heard those, and I don't want that to be happening here in Pima County, but I also want to be mindful of the environmental impact that a lot of the businesses that we're drawing in, because we highlight the ones that we're talking about, which is like aerospace, and some of those are some of our biggest polluters, and so I want to make sure that we're having conversations with you, and I just don't think that we've done a very good job together to be able to bridge that communication. And so considering that Pima County is a large contributor to your budget, I do think it's important that when you're looking for these businesses, you may want to say, this one, the board has sort of indicated that these are the goals, these are their, guiding principles, whatever you want to call them. And perhaps this might not be a business that is going to be incredibly successful getting through our process here. Because we want to be promoting businesses, we want to be promoting jobs and economic opportunities, but some of these businesses have a real significant environmental impact, but very few jobs. And so I think that it really is a balance, and I just don't know that we've done what we need to do on our end to be able to communicate what those are, and then sort of see, once we've outlined what those parameters are, how you utilize those to be able to bring businesses, because I understand that you have, 73% of your revenue comes from other places other than Pima County.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Christie.
I would encourage Sun Corridor to get more involved and more supportive of our mining industry. Hud Bay and Rosemont Copper and the new Copper World projects are going to be providing terrific amounts of revenue to this community, a number of jobs that we desperately need. It'll put food on numerous tables of people who need work. It is the backbone of our community and our state. It's part of the 5 Cs. And because of the connection between the county and Sun Corridor, I believe Sun Corridor has been hamstrung in its efforts to be able to back and support the mining industry. The mining industry is a core industry, and it needs Sun Corridor support. And I urge Sun Corridor to get behind it and make sure that we don't lose any mining interest. We have Caterpillar right here in our own backyard. Why can't they connect with the mining company that's in the other side of our backyard that will provide jobs and revenue and a tax base? So I urge your membership to get behind the mining industry in general and the Hud Bay projects in the Santa Ritas in particular. Thank you.
So maybe I should clarify that the board 4-1 voted against expanding mining. So, I think that it's going to be...
Who had the one?
Right, well, that's not a surprise. You're the one speaking for it, so I just wanted to make sure that was clear.
I listened to your point.
Yep, absolutely.
I'd like to have my point as well.
Absolutely. Supervisor Hines. Shh.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate having you here, and I'm going to be supporting this item. But I just wanted to make sure that you heard me as well echo that, there are some industries that can't really come here because of, for example, a tremendous amount of water usage involved in a particular type of manufacturing, for example. So and you all know that. So, but just I think you probably hear sort of the direction. We want to be stewards of our water resources so we can continue to actually have humans live here in Southern Arizona and maybe make other humans as well sometimes. So thank you again for being here.
Sure.
Thank you. Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. Thanks for coming up, Mr. Welch. We had a conversation shortly after I came on the board about the relationship that you have with the Economic Development Department. I wonder if you could address the work that the Economic Development Department does in partnership with Sun Corridor when you're working specifically with site selectors, and then also address the question that I posed to Mr. Vescovi-Chiordi regarding how you work with the Economic Development Department on that regional collaborative approach that is referenced in the documents supporting this item.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva, members of the board, and thank you for your comments. This kind of distills down, what we face, right? I think that we could not do the work that we're doing without the partnership that we have with Pima County, whether that was through an agreement that we have with you or not. You occupy a huge amount of space, both physical and other, in this process and in this effort to try and make this place economically, bring prosperity to this place. So it's a partnership that we've had I've been there 17 years. It's a partnership we've had the entire time that I've been there, and I've worked with many of the staff and supervisors, or the political bodies throughout that time. So it's an essential partnership. It's also a regional approach. You happen to be the region. So it is in multiple levels that we work with you. You're a landowner, you are a regulatory body, you are an incenting body, you are a workforce development body. So you touch all aspects of everything that we're doing. Our job is not to pick winners and losers. It's not to bring you projects. It's to bring you what the market is trying to do and what the market is interested in. Now, if there's a fit there between what the market wants and what you have to offer, then we want to facilitate that connection and make sure that that goes down. If there is a mismatch there for whatever reason, and most of the time that gets taken care of early on, but there are any number of reasons that there won't be a fit. Oftentimes it's workforce. What is the level of our workforce, the availability, the quantity, the skill level? That's a much bigger driver than most of what we've mentioned here. So we're constantly trying to match our workforce with what the market can bring. Those industries that you mentioned, Chair Grijalva, are ones that we have a competitive advantage in. So we tend to focus on those when we deal with site selectors. We're not going to be Silicon Valley. We don't have a critical mass of software developers or intellectual property when it comes to that. We have some things that we are good at that our workforce contributes mightily to. And so we focus on those, and we do that through our partner at Pima County and Heath's whole team and Carmine and the whole group that we've worked with. But again, it's from the economic development group to the regulatory to the land. You are an enormous landholder. And so we put a different hat on when we bring you something where it's going to go on property that you control. You also can accelerate or decelerate that based on the amount of incentives you want to put in place on a project. The market will operate. There are many projects that come to this region that we don't talk to. We don't do. They find a piece of property, they lease it, they move on. They're not asking anything from the government. When they ask for incentives, then you have a chance to step up and say, well, you're asking something for us. We need to have this in reciprocal. And so we work with the staff there to make sure that we have mile markers or guideposts on the highway, if you will, we're not going to go out and incentivize projects that are big water users or that would present environmental issues. We've done this all along. If they don't present a certain amount of compensation for their employees, we've also dissuaded them. There was a time 10 years ago when call centers were just filling our ranks and our pipeline. We had to eventually say, that's fine, you can come and bring your call center, but we're not going to provide incentives for something that's below the county median in wages. It's not in our best interest as a region to incentivize companies that pay below that. Now, you pay above that and you start to get into a partnership with you all on incentives, then there are returns on every employee that they bring in. We get the multiplier effects and we get all the good spin-offs that we want from the economic impacts of all that. So it is an essential partnership for us, Supervisor, and it's one that we couldn't do. We wouldn't be successful if we weren't working with them. But also all the municipalities, Oro Valley, Tucson, Sahuarita, Marana, they all are, and we convene this group to make sure, because a win in Tucson is a win for Pima County, and a win in Pima County is a win for Marana. It's just not that big a place, and we have to look at it as regionally. We can't be competing against ourselves.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes, Supervisor Scott.
I wanted to, first of all, thank you both very much, but I wanted to direct my next question to Ms. Lesher, because when the Pivot Playbook was released, one of the areas dealt with having more shovel-ready properties, properties that are ready for development if it's secured either by Sun Corridor or in a joint effort by Sun Corridor and Economic Development. And Mr. Huckleberry was in charge of that part of the Pivot Playbook when he was the county administrator. What I would appreciate is a report to the board on what we are doing and what we may further do to increase the number of those shovel-ready sites, because it didn't escape my attention that Mr. Snell, when he was addressing us at the Sun Corridor luncheon, considers that to still be a disadvantage that we're dealing with in terms of being competitive with other areas. So if the board could get some current status and maybe some recommendations on what we might be doing differently or better, that would be appreciated.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Scott, we'd be happy to provide that report to the board.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Hines.
Just real quickly, in recent meeting I had with Mr. Snell, we spoke a bit about when there is a match sometimes, but maybe not sufficient, like an adequate parcel of land, for example. And I believe the county administrator and I did talk about this a little bit, but having the county step in to take on a role of some level of coordinating, because I think it's very daunting for an entity coming in from somewhere else to say, oh, I have to talk to the feds, I have to figure out how to lease state trust lands, and I have to talk to the county, the city, the possible Yaqui, and you know what, we're going to go to Nevada, right? And I don't want that last sort of conclusion to ever happen, if at all possible, especially if we could be bringing hundreds and thousands of living wage jobs with great benefits to Southern Arizona. So I think that makes a lot of sense to be dedicating some staff, if that's what makes sense, to help with that kind of coordination when multiple land holders that are government entities need to be, dealt with. That can be something that Pima County can help work as a facilitator.
So, Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Hines, absolutely. And I can cite examples. If you look at the home goods facility that went in about 2-3 years ago, it's about 150 bays for trucks. It's out there by the airport. That was a unique project in that we had to coordinate amongst 4 different property owners. One of them was public, 3 of them were private. And it took, because it was such a large, it took our coordination with the county to get that done. We have 2 in the pipeline right now that are exactly that, because we just don't have the land lying around like we used to. And that was both a blessing and a curse. But right now we've pretty much used it up. Tomorrow we're meeting with the governor. One of the topics that we'll be meeting with her on is this: how can we engage state lands in this effort so that we can come off the sidelines on some of this? Some of these projects are going by us because I have nothing to put into the hopper for them, whether it's coordinated or not. It doesn't matter if there are 10 acres here and 90 here and 20 here. If they need to be contiguous, it doesn't work. There's only so much you can do. So it is one of the primary issues affecting our competitiveness right now. Water certainly is, and the perception of water use. And then, where is this federal spending on a land that's going to improve some of our infrastructure, are all things that we're tracking, and we will do so with the county as we move forward.
Make sure you let them know we use way less than Phoenix. So
yes, we're doing that especially right now.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thank you. All right. Now we're going to go back to call to the audience. We have Paul Parisi, Dave Smith, and John Fogel.
Madam Chairman, members of the board, I'm Paul Parisi, and I'm here today representing Fort Tucson. We're a nonprofit organization that is your community partner. We're deeply involved in poverty reduction, economic opportunity and development. Our social service is partners with Fresh Start that gives a second chance to people that have been incarcerated. And we've been doing voter registration for over 12 years now. And this is the last time you had the meeting. I told you our dilemma about our county recorder not allowing Fort Tucson to be part of the naturalization ceremonies at the Deaconcini Courthouse. They say that League of Women Voters does it, and if you want to volunteer, volunteer for them. Well, that is not fair because your county policy, rules of conduct, Z, prohibit conduct. County employees shall not give preferential treatment to any private organization or individual. Now, I know that the county recorder is elected. However, she is an employee of the county. And it's so easy to look at the rules and police it. The civil deputy county attorney, have him sent a letter to the county recorder that they're in violation. We have a remedy. We could share this. The League of Women Voters can do 1 week, we could do another. If 10 organizations, we could do the same thing, just split it up, as long as they're nonpartisan. And we have a history of being nonpartisan. You know, up until not too long ago, pastors used to come up here and do an invocation. It's so unfortunate that you stopped that, but we did it, we rotated it. And I'd like to pray for you now. Heavenly Father, I lift up the Board of Supervisors, Lord. Lord, they ask you to give them the wisdom and discernment to run this county the way you see fit, Lord, and to follow your ways. In Jesus' name, amen. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you. Dave Smith?
Man, thank you, Paul. That was very nice. Madam Chairman, Board of Supervisors, I am the chairman of the Republican Party, as has been noted by Rex Scott himself in his elaborate editorial concerning our partisan response. Partisan, what does that mean? Political or advocating? You don't come to a Board of Supervisors meeting randomly. You all come as partisans. You run as partisans. We're all partisan. But I want to clear something up. All of you who I told what to say today, raise your hand. Oh, wait. Where's Roger? Because Roger do what I say, that's for sure, boy. What? Roger? Oh, you're hiding. Oh, Roger, yeah. See the power I have? You know what? We're Republicans, and we are uniquely independent thinkers. For me, as the chairman, and I'm just chairman, not Rex of them. Rex, oh, that means king, right, Rexy? And I thought we were getting along great. You know, I thought we were enjoying these conversations, but obviously you find them offensive, and I'm sorry for that. But I guess maybe we need to think, what is the nature of freedom of speech? Because if I have to please you, well, that makes you my master, not my political leaders. And you are not my masters. These people are they control my job, but they're not my masters. But again, if I told them what to do, I tell you, I'd last as a Republican chairman about 5 minutes. How long would it take for you to gather and get rid of me? All right, they're Republicans. It takes a half hour to gather them, all right, because they're busy doing things. You know, I find this interesting because we're here because I got elected because, frankly, we were all quite upset with what's been going on. And your very poor rule during the COVID crisis, which you've never atoned for, the shenanigans of the doc here has just left us quite upset because he understands the power of both speech and symbolic speech. He held up signs. We're not supposed to hold up signs. We're not certainly to dress in a coordinated fashion in a tongue-in-cheek thing that was passed around as a joke and not coordinated by me, but by the ruling elite down there. Yeah, that's it. No, you're not going to get these squirrels to follow you because it's hard to hurt us. But we're not going to stop. You can go ahead and limit it. You know, and you, Rex, badmouth me because you just make me look all the more powerful and all the more important. But I'm not. I'm just their chairman. And I get to speak, and they get to speak. And we appreciate that right. And we really don't appreciate you trying to mitigate or eliminate that. You're partisans. You get to express it. The media backs you. We don't have that. This is our moment. And that, don't take that away from us. Thank you.
Thank you. John Fogel?
Board, well, this is my first meeting. I don't have a lot to say. But as you can see, I'm wearing this hat today with the Tuskegee Airmen on it. And the reason why I wear it is because it's my choice to wear that, okay? But when I see something in my calendar that says LGBTQ and it stirs my moral compass, and I feel like as a country that we're off on our moral compass, I deleted the calendar and I reinstalled a calendar that didn't have that on there because I have a choice to do that, to accept it. When you tell people that they have to accept something that they don't believe in morally, you're taking away that choice. And that's what I want to bring to your attention.
Thank you. Tina Glidden? And then Shirley Ricard and Rafael Polo.
I apologize. Last time I left my notes on my kitchen counter, so this time they're on my phone. My name is Tina Glidden, and I live in District 4. And sorry, I didn't know I was up next. Okay, if you own pets, you have likely personally experienced the increasing cost of medical care and decreasing accessibility of vet appointments in recent years. Many loving pet owners have noticed this too, and many have had to give up their pets in order to get them that care. In 2022, half of pets surrendered to PAC were related to cost of care and housing accessibility. This is a crisis and a tragedy. When we look at vet care accessibility in the U.S., Arizona ranks second to last against all other states, only doing a few points better than West Virginia. This means it is harder for pet owners in Arizona to access vet care for their pets than nearly every other state in the country. Our vet shortage also means significantly fewer spay-and-neuter opportunities. To curb the overpopulation crisis, when finding an appointment is already a struggle, pet owners will be far less likely to pursue it for non-emergency surgeries like spay and neuter. With this serious vet shortage, cost of care will remain high and appointment availability will stay limited. Some of the issue has been addressed at the state level with Senate Bill 1271 going into effect this year. This bill offers student loan reimbursement to veterinarians agreeing to work in Arizona for at least 4 years. We need to make Pima County specifically appealing to veterinarians if we hope to see change in the near future. We can offer additional incentives to UA vet graduates by way of sign-on bonuses or incentivizing practicing vets to move here or stay here with tax credits. There are no immediate solutions, but there are investments we can make today that will make a difference in the long run. And I hope you seriously consider solutions to addressing the veterinary shortage in Pima County. If the shelters are this overcrowded today, can you imagine what it's going to be like in 5 years? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Board. I'm Shirley Requard. I'm a retired registered nurse, an ordained chaplain, and a political activist, it seems. However, right now, it looks like it's time for another session of remedial education regarding our constitutional rights, per Rex Scott. You are instructed by we the people to take immediate notice and to show in the U.S.'s multiple constitutions where you are given the authority to either restrain or restrict the people's time frame to conduct the business of the people, redressing their grievances with their officers during any and all public meetings. Some of you, and notable speakers here today, are ignorant of the law. Note especially the Indiana Constitution, Article 1, Section 9, regarding freedom of thought and speech. Quote, "No law shall be passed restraining the free interchange of thought or opinion or restricting the right to speak, write, or print freely on any subject whatsoever." End quote. Therefore, as one of the people, I am demanding a point of clarity, that you show where you're given authority to suppress the free speech of the people in restricting time to redress grievances. All powers are granted to you by the people. You are our servants. Therefore, it is the people's wish, order, and demand that all public officials stand down on time restraints of the people and not interfere with the God-given right of free speech. It is the people's right to have an exact and constant observance of the law. We, the people, instruct you to make a statement addressing freedom of thought and speech within 7 days. And just so you don't let the matter drop, Heinz, wherever you are in the universe, it matters not in the slightest what I think of you. What matters is what progress Adelita has made in investigating your tryst on the Great Blue Seas and that person's knowledge of the board's executive session business. Since it's her responsibility, I now understand, thank you, Jan Lesher, from correcting me on that, it's your responsibility to the people, to your constituents, to do that. And I believe that there's a ready remedy for the huge overpopulation of pets. Mandatory, free spay and neuter services would do a lot to serve that end. Now, I have notices that I need to serve to all of you, and I need to get it on video that I personally served these to you. If you will either let me approach the dais, or I will give these to Deputy Bob, and he will give them to you individually. Which would you prefer?
You can give them to the clerk's staff?
They need to be given to you individually. I need to have it on video that they're being served.
Yeah, we're not going to do that right now, though. So if you want to wait until the end of the meeting, we can do that. But it's not his responsibility to take those items. That goes to the clerk's office. Okay, well then I guess we'll have to wait for that until the end of the meeting. Thank you. Okay, Rafael Polo. And then followed Mr. Polo, we have Lori Moore, Elizabeth Mole, and Tim Lux.
Hey guys, I'm going to need you to shoot down your light. Lights don't move.
Camera.
Oh,
Camera.
the camera.
It's coming. It's working. They're working. There you go.
There you go. Got it?
Yep, it's on there. We can see it.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hey, already started and I haven't. Name is Rafael Polo, and I brought with me my Cuban passport because I am a legal and vetted immigrant from Cuba. This is me when I was 10 years old. Can you see that?
Yeah.
Okay. So, when I graduated college, I got commissioned from AOC, Aviation Officer Candidate School in Pensacola, Florida. And I took the oath, raised my hand to defend the Constitution of the United States against all enemies, foreign and domestic. I did that for 20 years. When I retired as a commander from the United States Navy, I deployed all over the world. I missed Christmases. I missed Thanksgiving. I missed my daughter's birthday multiple times, but I did it to defend freedom. And I would do it again if I was a 22-year-old guy again. So now, here we are. And I'm going to be short today. Because what I see today and what I'd read from your opinion piece, sir, really disturbed me. Because what I see is that our forefathers, our founders, would be turning in the grave right now from what you wrote. But I think that Marx and Lenin and Stalin would be just applauding you, Comrade Rex Scott. And anybody that votes for you, with you, to lower our standards, to make it 2 minutes, and the next time it's 1 minute, and the next time it's nothing at all, will be your fellow travelers. Got it? Where's the camera? I hope you make it even. Thank you so much.
Lori Moore?
Good afternoon. My name is Laurie Moore. I'm a legal citizen in District 1. I am not a sex worker. It is a Class 4 felony for those of you who need to know. I identify as a Navajo. I am a Caucasian, XX female who likes Navajo jewelry, and I want my own bathroom. I think I am an H with the alphabet people. I hope H gets a proclamation. I'm not feeling the inclusion. This is a box of feminine hygiene products to stop the bleed for menstruating people with XX chromosomes, and you learned that in 4th grade. I understand that people with XY chromosomes can alter their bodies if they want to. It's their body, it's their choice. 1 in 60,000 people have gender dysphoria. It is real, but it is rare. If XY chromosome people want to make the change and they can afford that procedure, then they should pay for their own hygiene products. It's expensive to be a chick. But it's not a $7,000 a year expense, like someone said at the last meeting, unless you are combining that trip with a trip to Acapulco. I would like to know if the board will be presenting a proclamation in the future to those workers who provide pantyhose to people, because I will be of the same opinion for that too. This smaller container alludes to the contrast in your priorities, feminine hygiene products versus the border. So I guess what they say in journalism is true. If it bleeds, it leads. Because clearly this is getting the attention and not the border. Moving on. Matt, you said that all legal asylum seekers have sponsors. Then why aren't the sponsors picking them up? After their illegal border crossers are processed for 4 days and they're vetted for a whopping 15 minutes, kind of like checking signatures on the mail-in ballots for 2 seconds. They are supposedly handed over to their sponsor. That was the deal, right? But they are not, because there are no sponsors. Why aren't the illegals calling their alleged sponsors on their free Obama phones and getting picked up? Pima County should never have been in the business of an escort service to enable the Biden invasion. If the alleged sponsor is nowhere to be found, then the illegal alien must return to Mexico, no matter where they come from, because Mexico is now the first country of safe harbor. We should not be housing them, feeding them, transporting them, or giving them an allowance. After all, they have a sponsor. Some of you are up for re-election, and you will be defeated like Prop 412. The flow of federal money will stop with new leadership. My motto is Democrats are everywhere, but they should not be in charge of anything, anywhere, ever.
Elizabeth Moll?
You won't touch it.
Ms. Grijalva and Board, my name is Elizabeth Mall. Last time I spoke before you, I talked about my attending a presentation done by Tucson business owners and representatives from the Tucson Police Union. To refresh your memory, the presenters started the Tucson Crime Coalition in 2000 2022. Last I spoke before this board, I talked about the effect of substance abuse on the individual. Today, I'm going to speak on the effect elected officials have on substance abuse in the community. First, I want to commend the county Small Business Commission, which advises this board, and asked you to put up the signs on the medians that say no to panhandling, say yes to helping agencies serving those in need. It's working. Congratulations, board. You got it right. We need more. I have been driving by corners where there might be 8 panhandlers and even encampments, and where those signs are now located, the homeless are gone. Just this simple act of signage may be saving lives from those on the median being hit by a car, or those people in need may actually go to an agency. However, this is just a start as to what needs to be done. First, we need to ask, do all of these committees, commissions, coalitions, boards, councils have the same goal in mind for the homeless? That is getting the homeless off the streets and parks where our children used to play. Keep their encampments away from our businesses, schools, and libraries. So, let's start by comparing the Tucson Crime Coalition mission statement with that of the City of Tucson. The Tucson Crime Coalition states, we are advocates for adequate staffing and resources for law enforcement, treatment for those in need, and prosecution for criminals that are unwilling to abide by our laws. Now, let's look at the City of Tucson. The City of Tucson follows the Housing First approach, which was adopted by the Seattle Plan. In the housing program, it states, the Housing First programs acknowledge that each person's experience is different and that every person, regardless of their housing status, has the right to make their own decisions. This includes where to live, what types of services to participate in, and where, and the support to make their own decisions about employment and personal habit. This is like the tail wagging the dog.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Tim Locks, followed by John Holliday, Carol Lindsay, and Anastasia Takis.
Good morning, board. My name is Tim Locks. Elizabeth, I'm sorry to burst your bubble. Have a look at that. That there is a picture. I'll be happy to send every one of you an email of an individual on Cardinal and Valencia, which shows up every single day, sometimes leaning up against the sign that has been erected that she just spoke of. So signs don't work, like I told you on February 21st of this year, Jan. My suggestion is you get in your little buggy and you go over to these rehab centers and don't talk to the people who are in charge there. Talk to the people, the frontline workers who actually deal with these addicts. Then maybe you might get some decent information on how to take care of this problem. Matt Hines, I think it's becoming a record that you're of your presence here. We still await your apology and your resignation. Mr. Scott, before I get into you, I just want to remind any of the LGBTQ people, plus, I want to remind you that in Nazi Germany during World War II, they gathered up all of the homosexuals and slaughtered them. So be grateful and count the blessings that you have in this country. If those people who have put on a uniform...
Please direct your comments to the board.
I'm sorry. We've lost a lot of patriotism because we have much fewer people that are putting on uniforms anymore these days. They don't understand. Most of you don't understand what the cost of freedom really is. So, Mr. Scott, here we go again. Censoring or suppressing our right to free speech. Did you not learn anything from Adela's attempt to censure someone earlier this year? Considering you have a college degree, I assume you are teachable. Please review Article 1 of the U.S. Constitution, Article 2, Section 2 of the Arizona Constitution, and ARS Title 38, Open Meeting Laws. You get paid a considerable amount of money, and as a salaried individual, you do not have fixed hours. The supervisor meetings are scheduled well in advance, so if you need to pack a lunch or some snacks, feel free to do that. If call to the public goes for hours, tough. That's what you're getting paid to do, is to sit here and listen to us. You work for us. We are not your servants. You are our servants. Let's make that very clear. If you have an issue with all the people coming up and banging on you about stuff like this, then maybe you shouldn't suggest it in the first place. You took an oath and you worked for us. So once again, I'm going to say, cut the crap. Have a nice day.
Sean Holiday.
Hi, I'm John Halliday. I live in Oro Valley. My wife and I have 4 children and 3 granddaughters, and since 2019, I've had the privilege of serving as a volunteer on your library advisory board. Today, I'm here to talk for a couple of minutes about library books. Over the years, you and your predecessors have provided excellent financial and policies so that all of us, residents of all ages, benefit from high quality and up-to-date library services. Really, our libraries here in Pima County are terrific. One of the foundations of our library services is your collection development policy. That long-standing policy, which anybody can read online, assures that the library provides a wide range of books that reflect the diverse interests, backgrounds, and perspectives of county residents. I'm bringing this up today because there currently is a nationwide effort by censors to remove books, even the Bible, from libraries. Thankfully, your policy does not allow for censorship here. Your policy affirms the individual's right to choose books for themselves and their families without outside influence. I'm sure that of the millions of library books that we have here in our libraries, some parents could find some books that don't conform to their personal, political, religious, or moral beliefs. And that's really as it should be in a library that serves a diverse community. And your policy clearly states that parents have the right to monitor what books their own children check out from the library. Ideally, if a parent is afraid of something their own child may read at the library, they should accompany their child to the library. Personally, I'm not afraid of anything my children or grandchildren may find at the libraries here in Pima County, and I feel confident that most of the hundreds of thousands of citizens who visit the libraries every month feel the same way. We don't want other people telling us what books our own children and grandchildren can check out from the library. We're blessed with fine libraries here in Pima County, made possible, like I said, with the financial and policy support that you've given over the years. I encourage you to stick by your excellent collection development policy and to uphold the freedom to read here in Pima County. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Carol Lindsay.
Hi. I count it a privilege to be here. Thank you all for the work that you do. I am a lot of things at my age. Okay, I was the mother of 6 children. Thank God that they're still alive and healthy. 2 of them were Marines. 1 was married to an airman. I was in the Army Nurse Corps, and I was proud to serve. And when I got out, I was Captain Promotable. My kids had to salute me because I was an officer. Anyway, I'm here because I'm concerned about the illegal immigration that's been going on in this country. You know, most of us are the descendants of people who came to this country, but they came the legal way. My ancestors came the legal way. They came through Ellis Island. They weren't given a lot of food and clothing and privileges. No, they had to start from scratch, and they became good citizens. And it just breaks my heart that these illegal immigrants are coming here and they're given so much that they haven't earned. Couldn't they come in the legal way if they have to wait longer? Come on. If my ancestors could do it, why can't they? This is a wonderful country. I love this country, but let's not overrun it with the illegals. What else can I say? I just don't want a free ticket for them. I love my country, and I guess that's all I really have to say. I am a resident here of Pima County. I've lived here for going on 5 years, and I love this area, and I want to see the best for it, and I want to see the best for all of you. God bless you. Thank you.
Thank you. Anastasia? And then Barbara Stockwell, JP Salvateria, and Rachel Jones. Thanks.
Glory to God for all things. To most people who still don't get it, we have a constitutional republic, not a democracy. I'm tired of saying it. So how about we celebrate traditional marriage, family, and chastity? How about we celebrate our veterans every day? If you guys cannot be fair and equitable about who you promote every month or every time we come here, we have all of these promotions. If you cannot be fair and equitable to any ethnicity, any community composite, we should not be doing any more of these declarations. So agenda item number 22, Pima County Regional Affordable Housing Gap Funding. I've been hearing about affordable housing from the people with the pets. Is this affiliated with the animal shelters? I'm not quite sure about that. Item number 33, 34, and 35, the Child Parent Centers, Habitat for Humanity and Early Education, American Rescue Plan, Coronavirus, Down Payment Assistance, American Rescue Plan, Coronavirus, millions of dollars. Stop taking the federal funds. I'm tired of having to ask. I'm telling you, stop taking the funds. Number 37, the Sun Corridor thing, I don't know. The jury's out on that one. I think it's more about the agenda items and the fact that you sat there and tried to sandblast Steve Christie when you just had to mention the vote about voting down the extra mining. That's shameful of you in the middle of another discussion that had nothing to do with it. Item number 38, Blue Skies Program, ADEC Fund, beware, green agenda. Stop voting for those funds. Item number Bruce Wayne. Wow, that's like a fictitious LLC name if I ever saw it. All right, number 40 and 41, Catholic Community Services. I have been asking you guys, I've been talking to Steve Christie about this for a long time. I and the people out here are demanding that you guys open a full forensic investigation into how these people are spending their funds, because I'm guaranteeing you, I know what these people are doing, and apparently you don't, and you keep feeding the dog. Item number 43 and 44, Arts Foundation, vaccine equity and health disparities. Yeah, nice try. Stop doing that too. Number 69, sexual reproductive health, including what? Abortions and sex changes. You are not in the business of dictating people's health, so you need to stop it. And the last part of this goes to all of you. You guys created this. All of you. And I'm sorry, but your attempt to limit our discussions and to come here and talk to you and tell you that we are not happy about certain things that you're doing is our right to do. You have no right to shut that speech. You created it. You fix it by listening.
Barbara Stockwell.
Did you say Barbara Stockwell?
I did.
Thank you. Okay. I wonder how many in this room know that the United States of America admits makes more new citizens in this country every year. We're taking 1 million legally every year and have been for decades, but now we're getting hundreds of millions. And they're coming in and we don't even know who they are, but I know I have seen the films from people in Arivaca, the night films, and they are hours and hours of films. And you know what? They're all young men in matching camouflage clothing with matching backpacks of camouflage and matching sandals that have flannel on the bottom. I mean, I've seen there's hours of this film because the ranchers down there take the film and also some private individuals take that film. So, I mean, we are not getting people that want to come here with their families because they're poor and downtrodden, at least not in Arizona. What we are getting are scary military-age men. And they have, some of them have armbands, which apparently mean that they have drugs in their packs. Okay, but I lived in Arivaca, came as a teenager, married, stayed 60 years, 4 children, 2 grandchildren, saw them all go through the Sahuarita School District, graduate from Sahuarita High School, 3 out of 4 from the U of A. I was from the U of A earlier on. The deal was when I married so young that I got to finish college. We had a little trailer, moved it back and forth so that I could go to school. And I finished. I had 2 babies when I graduated. Okay, so I've seen it all in Arivaca, on the edge of nowhere, as you know. And I have seen the development of things like the No More Deaths camp, which was always a refuge for illegals, always from day one, even though the founder was a really good author, famous person, Bird Baylor. But I've seen it all. I've seen it where my kids could run down to the bus stop a quarter-mile away down a hill, just west of town, and it was perfectly safe. My 4-H'ers could come up the hill after school, all of them, perfectly safe. My grandchildren, who grew up from the same home, I moved to something smaller. Whoops. Better look. Okay, real fast. Okay, the grandchildren, their mom either had to walk with them or they had to be driven down to the bus. Same distance, same everything. They couldn't go alone. And one time I went up there to talk to them. They were walking down, so I stopped at it was a honey extracting plant. Stopped there, left my car, was walking with them. I hear a noise behind me. There is a line of men with their water bottles walking behind us. And my 2 granddaughters are going down to the bus with their mom and me. I mean, I'm sorry, but it's insupportable what's happening along the border and what's been happening for the last many, many years. And it's gotten worse and worse, and now it's really bad. Thank you.
JP Salvatierra. And then Rachel Johns, followed by, and let me just do the rest. Stephanie Kirk, DeWill, Derry, thank you, and Melinda Sherwis.
Madam Chair, Board Council members, Administrator Lesher, I'd like to make you and the public aware of a particular website. It's called azdeq.gov, and it gives very relevant information on air quality as a daily forecast. And this is relevant because the afternoons with high ozone alerts only spell more risk for children that get out on a playground or have recess and are exposed to all these VOCs and the respiratory conditions that would be further exacerbated by something like Rosemont Mine and all their microfine particulate debris. I came here mostly to identify energy generation and health risk. The nitrogen oxide, which is a product that increases with the ozone alerts, is essentially aerosolized pollution from fossil fuel production and natural gas energy production. This happens at TGE's Irvington facility. Tucson Electric Power and its excess energy production and sales outside of Pima County from the Irvington Road plant facility is obsolete and very unfair to Pima County air quality. Revenue to its foreign parent company diverts gross revenues to shareholders instead of upgrading our own local infrastructure and generating bond authority to reinvest in undergrounding electric and the Living Streets Alliance direction that we request has safe bike paths that are separate from the traffic areas and the buses. All these are very important because that's one of the highlights of living here in Tucson. It's not having the mines produce more pollution and create more problems with this talcum powder soot. Our reinvestment future is at risk now. If we reject Tucson Electric Power and its stranglehold over us, I think a lot of Pima County residents, as much as the people who were against Prop 412, never got a chance to vote against it. And thank you.
Thank you. Rachel Johns.
My name is Rachel Jones, and I live in District 3. Unrelated to the speech I came to give, I just wanted to say that I am an LGBTQ ally, and I really admire the members of that community who came out to speak today in spite of an audience that is openly hostile toward them. And I'm so sorry for so many of the dehumanizing remarks that they had to hear just being in this room. All right, back to my speech. I am a former employee and current volunteer at Pima Animal Care Center. The high end of what PAC can comfortably house is 400 dogs. The last time we maintained a kennel census near that number was in May of 2021, over 2 years ago now. In 2022, our kennel census average was 496 dogs, and things are not looking better for us in 2023. There is nothing PAC isn't doing or hasn't tried to correct this issue, but it is a societal foundation, one that cannot rest solely on the shoulders of animal welfare organizations to solve. When I moved to Arizona in 2018 to work at PAC, it was a dream come true. PAC had already become a nationally recognized shelter in life-saving progress, and I got to come on board to help build their foster program. I later got the chance to develop another program with volunteers to support our harder-to-place dogs at the shelter and in their future homes. Mid-2021 is when we started to feel the post-pandemic effects, and many groundbreaking life-saving programs were paused to direct necessary resources to the more urgent daily crises we were now facing. By 2022, it was clear we couldn't just wait this out, and in June of last year, I left my job because every day had become more heartbreaking than the last with no end in sight. That was a year ago, and the situation has only continued to snowball. When I spoke in April, I mentioned that 2 strep zoo outbreaks in 1 year was a symptom of an overcrowded shelter. Since April, 2 months ago, we've seen strep zoo again, in addition to distemper, in addition to pneumovirus. And we have one of the best shelter vet teams in the country with handling protocols to match. Our dogs are suffering from and dying to avoidable shelter illnesses, among other things, with a regularity now for no other reason than because we are operating way over capacity every single day. If we care about the homeless pets of Pima County, we have to move to a managed intake model when over capacity. The shelter should be able to provide comfort and care to these pets at all times, but as the situation worsens, in spite of all efforts, that goal feels increasingly out of reach. If we care about the pet owners of Pima County, we have to look at making housing and vet care far more accessible to them. We know that half of all surrendered pets last year were due to inaccessible housing and a sky-high cost of care. Many of us have worked with or fostered pets who were clearly very loved by their previous families, but still separated from them because of a climate that makes it increasingly difficult to provide for our pets. As far as immediate action goes, with PAC remodeling their intake and pet support services to focus efforts on lost and found, I believe that the dogs and people of Pima County will both be better served if we are allowed to incorporate elements of a managed intake approach when we have over 400 dogs on site. In addition to creating a healthier shelter environment, PAC's increased lost and found focus would work to support finders and keep dogs in their communities, where study after study have shown they are statistically more likely to return home than if they were brought to the shelter.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Stephanie Kirk.
Afternoon, my name is Stephanie Kirk. Approximately 22 veterans suicide each day. It's considered, and today is the anniversary of Normandy landings, also known as D-Day. It is considered the successful beginning of the end of Hitler's tyrannical regime, where large populations of society were considered dirty and disease-stricken. Not the only people, but definitely a big group of those. As I walk in here each day, I need to go through security, and I believe that each of you need to do it too. Especially when I'm sitting in the audience during the call to the public and District 2 gets up running frantically to the back and then comes back. I don't know where he's going or what he's doing. With gun violence on the rise, I want everybody going through security. I'm not saying that anybody specifically here is doing it, but I'm saying that when that happened, it alerted me. We need to do it. At the mall the other day, I was walking in. Typically, we see a lot of teens there, right? Yeah. I saw 2 teens around the age of 14 on fentanyl. And we all know what it looks like for people to be on fentanyl. And this open border has definitely caused that. So we're sitting here pointing names on what we can do to fix it. Let's not forget about what caused it too. They were the mandates. The whole agenda when I was looking at it was about extending and spending. I really had a hard time putting together what I wanted to say. So I'm going to do the best that I can. Essentially, no on all extensions and no on all money. Turn down the contract and taxpayer dollars from the Rescue Plan Act to extend early Head Start educational programs until 6/30/25 under item 33. Send back the money Under environmental quality, item 68 for the No Drive Day program, where you spend $269,000 on climate change education where children are targeted. Stop targeting minority groups and pushing the ineffective deadly COVID vaccine shot seen under items 42, 43, and 44. Example, building culture of health through vaccine equality. That's just one. Vote no on agenda items 42 through 47 to push the COVID-19 propaganda to specific groups to take the ineffective vaccine for 6 more months. CDC funds this as well as my tax dollars, and I said no. Vote no on agenda 19 to revise the Board of Supervisors rules and regulations per section K3 adopted on December 2020. I believe District 2 gets a big fat vote no for personal policy updates and changes. We all know what happened when we allowed our governor, Katie Hobbs, to be in charge of the tabulation centers, and then magically she won. There was no voting, of course. I mean, we're just hearing that all these different companies getting broken into, but not our voting system, right? Oh, goodness gracious. So we'll go back to District 2. I got 10 seconds. He wants to change the policy to allow county employees to be able to make political contributions and solicit or collect political contributions for candidates for any elected county office. Answer is no.
Duell? And our last speaker is Melinda Sherwace.
How you doing, Rex? I appreciate the invitation. I'm here because of you. I'm not here because of any of the other people, but because of you. You never seen me here before. You made me come here. The last time I was here, you didn't like what I said to you. You were offended by the clothes that I was wearing, the way I was speaking, and you demand decor. Decor is not demanded or bought. It's earned. You have to earn decor, okay? Respect is earned. You can't shut me up. You can't silence me. You can keep me out of this building if you want to, but you're never gonna shut me up, ever. God lets me speak, not you. You understand that? It's in the Constitution, which you took an oath to. Remember that. Now, remember the camp that everybody's talking about? Veterans on Patrol exposed that camp years ago, and you all villainized it, demonized that group. As soon as they exposed that camp that's being run, you didn't care because it was a small group of American patriots that was running that camp, and you thought you could silence it. But now it's out in the open in the national light, and whoever is involved with that group, you're all gonna be exposed now, because not little people like me, but it's national, and I'm gonna make sure it keeps growing.
Okay. Melinda Sherwace.
Hello. Mr. Scott, the First Amendment is the heart of this country. Please do a little study. I have been a child safety advocate for 30 years. I'm a court watcher, a member of the AZDCS oversight group. We're volunteers. We're on Twitter and on YouTube. I'm familiar with a case in Pima County in which this board signed a check for $1.1 million to a family whose children were seized without warrant, cause, or due process by the Department of Child Safety. You paid $700,000 for the malfeasance of the Sheriff's Department under Mark Napier, and $400,000 to these victims under the direction of Greg McKay. There was a specific caseworker involved. Years ago, as an advocate, I met this guy. I had an exchange with him. He was a caseworker who removed a boy from a bus after school, and his babysitter didn't know where he was. Neither did his parents for many, many hours. They were panicked. This man was the subject of this $1.1 million. He's in court again for doing the same thing. So my question to this board is, what is your supervisory role over the Department of Child Safety? Who's in charge? Do you ever question DCS, or do you just sign millions of dollars worth of checks to give to their victims who actually deserve the money? They do deserve the compensation. Who makes decisions to allow corrupt caseworkers and third-party appointees to remain working cases when they fail and do grave harm to children and their parents? AZDCS Oversight Group has literally gone everywhere for answers. So now I'm doing the oversight. I don't know anyone because no one knows. So the department, or you've got Christian Family Community Services, and that 1.1 million is nothing compared to what's coming. There was a child who was placed from Pima County DCS in a pedophile ring in Sierra Vista. He was busted, serving 17 years.
Ma'am, your time's expired, but you can leave your written comments with staff if you would like. Thank you. Okay, thank you. With the staff, thank you. Okay, thank you. So this is a close of call to the audience, and I want to ask staff, any of our supervisors, if they wish to ask staff to review a matter, wish that a matter be put on a future agenda, or respond to a criticism. Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. I don't know if Mr. McLean is still here. He is. I'd like to ask Ms. Lesher to direct staff to follow up with him with regard to the suggestions that he has made in terms of legal courses of action we might take and legislative courses of action that we might advocate for in terms of the repeal of that preemption statute. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Okay. Yes? Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. A few things, actually, like 5. Yeah, sorry. So we've heard a lot, and I think understandably, about veterans. This is D-Day, of course. It's also my birthday, and my history buff friends usually start with that. I have a lot of military in my family. My godfather, who passed last year, many cousins, most of them Air Force, and my godfather flew 110 missions over Southeast Asia. Amazing guy. Had just a box of medals in a closet. No shrine. He didn't, have anything set up. He didn't expect anything. Same thing with my cousins. They've just set excellent examples. They don't demand anything, expect anything. They served because of their love for this country, and it was the right thing to do at that time. They served so we could celebrate and protect our freedoms and to have a Pride Month celebration. They don't demand a month, a day, anything. That's my experience with true members of the military who've served and sacrificed for this country, and I think it's important to keep that in mind. I think it's also important, Supervisor Christie, to keep in mind that on the beaches of Normandy, many, probably thousands, of young gay, bisexual, and very likely some transgender individuals gave their lives to protect our freedoms. Don't forget that. It's incredibly important that we include everyone there. And higher, unfortunately, than the incredibly high suicide rate for our veterans, the highest suicide rate for individuals in this country is transgender community members. And that's also incredibly important for us to remember. And then just lastly, I want to thank Ms. Blankenship for her presence and for speaking about Supervisor Scott's item. I think it was incredibly helpful to hear someone accurately quote from the Arizona revised statutes with regard to open meeting law. There literally is no right for call to the public. None. You get to come to the meetings, you get to listen to them, you need to see what your governing boards are doing. There is absolutely no right at all to have it at the beginning, to have it at the end, to have 10 minutes, 1 minute. None of that is there. And it was just very, very refreshing to hear actual accurate quotes from the statutes, and I appreciated her recommendation for 2 minutes because, frankly, we received some other recommendations from people who wrote into us suggesting that for planning purposes, having a fixed number, whatever that number is, makes more sense than having it 3 or 2 or 1 or whatever. So that's it. Thank you, and I appreciate the indulgence of the board members and the chair.
Thank you. No other comments? We'll go ahead and take a quick 5-minute break. Thank you. we're going to go ahead and get started. We still have a lot of our agenda to go. So we are on Board of Supervisors sitting at other boards, Flood Control District Board. We have item 9, 10, 11 that are all riparian habitat mitigation.
I'll move the items.
I'll second. I have a motion by Supervisor Christie. I seconded for items 9 through 11. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Then we have 4-0. Yes, well, unanimously of those are here. There's 4-0. Then we have items. Does anyone have any objection to moving items 12 through
15?
15?
I do, Madam Chair.
Okay, all right, we'll just go ahead individual then. 12 is a contract with Clean and Beautiful for Adopt a Wash program. Thank you so much, Clean and Beautiful. I'll move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. All in favor say aye.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
discussion.
Supervisor Christie. Yes, go ahead.
I'd like to know how much is the city, since it says Tucson Clean and Beautiful, how much is the city of Tucson contributing it, or is it all Pima County or City of Tucson washes that are involved? Who's paying for what? Is it the county's paying for it?
Administrator
Chair
Lesher.
Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, this is a contract between Pima County and Tucson Clean and Beautiful to provide work in Pima County washes, and they work with flood control for the cleaning of that. Only in our geographic area, I'm unaware of whether they have a similar contract for city
So
facilities.
it's unincorporated?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously, 5-0. Item.
Madam Chair, if there's nobody that wishes to divide the question on 13, 14, and 15.
I do, Madam Chair.
Right.
Okay,
I
thank you.
tried that earlier. He didn't.
Third time's a charm.
I know. We could keep trying.
Okay.
Item 13.
I'll move the item.
I'll second. Any discussion?
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
this is another purchase by flood control of a home that is in the apparent floodplain district. This house was built in 1972. What precipitated the need to buy this thing? Was it simply the latest fire? But this is another example of something that's coming off the tax rolls. The house was built in 1972. Suddenly, the county decides, the flood control district decides to buy the house, and some 50 years later.
Chair Grijalva,
Administrator
I'm gonna ask, Supervisor Christie, I'm going to ask Deputy County Administrator DeBonis to explain the rationale on that one. Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, members, these are in the area impacted by the post-flood from following the Bighorn fire. So some of these residences have experienced multiple instances of floodwaters threatening the residences. They are deemed to be unsafe to occupy in that particular location. So the flood control district, based on a willing seller, willing buyer approach, has acquired properties in this area. So we've provided information to the board on several instances, including a recent memorandum from the county administrator of the board indicating which of the properties were at most severe risk and potentially could be expected to be acquired by the regional flood control district.
So this is just recently identified as a risk.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, it was following the Bighorn fire and that post-fire floods that took place.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
And Administrator Lesher, you sent a memo about these purchases, or we received one. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Any other question? Okay. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Item 14 is the Arizona Board of Regents, the U of A, extend the contract term.
Move the item.
Second, I have a motion, and I just want to clarify that it's $200,000 for 5 years for a total of $1 million. Okay, you move the items, I'll second. A motion to second, any questions?
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
This is somewhat related to item 13, I'm assuming, and it's with the flood control tax levy fund. Are we looking actively, or is the university, I guess this is the recipient of this grant, are they looking for a solution to this area flooding? Or is it just kind of whatever seems to be the house in question is the one that gets bought?
Administrator Lesher.
Deputy County Administrator DeBonis.
So, Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, 13 and 14 are unrelated items. So the contract with the University of Arizona allows us to leverage their expertise and ability to do evaluations and analysis on flood circumstances across the region. So we work with them on projects that are identified by the Regional Flood Control District. Instead of us hiring a consultant engineer to do analysis and evaluation, the university rounds out the group of expertise that can help us with those items. But they have not looked at that Bighorn Fire post-flood area that was the subject of item number 13.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
Would it be a good idea that they should?
So, Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, the properties that were at risk are limited in number, and there is no flood control improvements that are cost-effective upstream of the residences in that Finger Rock Wash area. So we have not looked to come up with constructed improvements. Removing properties from harm's way is an effective strategy in addition to what we do in other areas by using constructed improvements. We can certainly consult with the University of Arizona, see if they provide us any different feedback in that area, but I think that our potential of acquiring properties is limited in that Finger Rock Wash. We'll talk to the university nonetheless and see if they give us any different input.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions? Okay, we have a motion, a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. 15 is the grant acceptance for Arizona Department of Forestry and Fire for a
I'll move
3-year
the
term.
item.
Supervisor Bronson moves the item. I'll second. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Another item 16, grant acceptance from the Institute of Museum and Library Services, a program for teens. I will move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item 17 is the approval of the consent agenda. I'll move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. We've addressed 18. 19 is revision of the Board of Supervisors rules and regulations, discussion action, a measure to revise Section K3 of the Board of Supervisors rules and regulations adopted December 1st, 2020. Do you want to move the item?
I'm going to move the item, yes.
I'll second. A motion and a second. Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. Could we have on the screen the table that is attached to this item? Because I know that, thank you very much. This item does two things. It allows for 60 minutes of public comment time, and it reduces individual speaker time from 3 to 2 minutes if there are more than 20 people who want to speak. That's it. That's all it does. There are those who assert that this is an assault on free speech, but those statements are both false and self-serving. Please look at the table posted on the screens. It shows the rules and regulations for public comment followed by the cities, towns, school districts, and Pima Community College. Only one of them states that they allow 60 minutes for public comment. Most of them invest great authority and discretion in either mayors or board chairs to determine total and individual speaker time. Our proposal allows for the greatest amount of time, is numbers-based, does not overly empower the chair, and will allow more people to speak when we have a large number of requests. Is this item somewhat reactive? Of course it is. For the last several months, officers of the County Republican Party and their precinct representatives have acted in a coordinated fashion to make use of this time. How do I know who they are? Because they have announced their titles within the party before they speak, because they wave the same signs, because they make similar arguments. Will this item prevent any of them from speaking at future meetings? It will not. What it will do is prevent a political party from monopolizing a public meeting to serve its own partisan ends. I have held multiple town halls since being elected and speak to any community group that invites me. On one occasion, I was invited to attend an event that was moderated by a Republican precinct leader. In fact, that person was here today and was attended by many of our Republican constituents. We interacted with each other for 90 minutes. Each of my colleagues holds public events in their districts as well. Anyone can ask to meet with a supervisor one-on-one. You can write to us directly or ask the clerk to share your communications with each district office. The board is not holding itself apart from the public we represent. Call to the public, in my opinion, is an essential and important part of our meetings. It isn't going away, but it does need some reasonable parameters. Nothing in this item will prevent anyone from directly addressing the people who represent them. I urge my colleagues to support these necessary and fair changes to our rules.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie?
we've been debating and dealing with this issue of free speech and call to the public and all the ramifications therein. We've read numerous articles by the media about the conduct of the audience, about their statements, about decorum, about civility. But in those articles, and particularly in this item, and in others related to restricting free speech, the whole issue is overlooked, and I believe overlooked on purpose, but it needs to be brought back to the surface and brought back to the topic of the discussion, that we wouldn't have been expending all of this time, effort, and energy over these many months and having many, many hours of public discourse and call to the public participants if it had not been for Supervisor Hines' irresponsible behavior some year and a half ago regarding the interruption of the process. If he had not interrupted on numerous occasions the speakers, we would not be having this discussion today. Yet everything is always being pointed back at the speakers, at the political party, at wearing the same clothes, at having like-minded statements. You couple the actions of Supervisor Hines' irresponsible behavior and his erratic behavior when it comes to interrupting the speakers, plus his inflammatory comments regarding COVID, which have all proved to be wrong, and you're going to get the reaction that we got. And that is why we're here today. No one is ever sanctioned or called in or made statements to the effect that the reason this whole issue is brought up is because and directly related to Supervisor Hines' actions. If he hadn't have started this, we wouldn't be here today. Secondly, I wonder that this kind of situation gives me pause to wonder how it came to be that Supervisor Scott would be the one presenting this. And you look at it in a scenario situation, Supervisor Hines, he could not bring this item before the board because he was the one that started the whole process with his behavior. You can't expect Chair Grijalva to bring it before the board because she's brought similar suppression issues of free speech before the board. And she also would want to stay above the fray, perhaps, as the chair. So that leaves Supervisor Hines, who is presenting this in a supposed very compromising, easygoing, acceptable type of format. And I think that at some point, it just seems to me that there was some element of collaboration and collusion between my three colleagues to determine how this was going to be presented. One wonders, were any open meeting law violations involved in this? But here again, we have seen a pattern of my three colleagues to my left who have continued to make attempts of suppressing free speech, of controlling free speech, and limiting free speech. And apparently, with their getting together, or at least seemingly to communicate that this was the time, this was the place, this was the meeting, that this suppression issue was going to be presented by Supervisor Scott, that they're going to have the 3 votes. So here again we go as far as limiting free speech, controlling free speech, and it's a very dark day, I think, for our community, for our board, and for those who take the time to come down on their busy schedules in the middle of the morning to spend most of the morning, if not all of the morning, to have the right to address their elected officials and to state their views no matter what they are. And it is irrelevant if it's a political party or what is being said. The fact that it is being said is the important thing, and it should always be allowed to be said. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Hines and then Supervisor Bronson? Okay.
Yeah, way to blame the gays, Steve. Good work. And I'm comfortable voting on this issue whenever you're ready to call the question.
Supervisor Bronson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I will be voting against this. I think that just because everybody else does it, doesn't make it right. And I think the one thing Pima County gets right is allowing the public to speak. However, having said that, there were several people who spoke against this item and one person who spoke in favor, who made some valid points about the behavior of those speaking at call to the public. It would be nice, or I think we need to maintain some decorum and some civility, and I'm not sure that always happens. However, again, I think we got it right by allowing people to come and speak to us. And just because, as I said, other jurisdictions do it differently doesn't make it correct. So I will be voting against.
I have a question, because either Administrator Lesher or Supervisor Bronson, or maybe Deputy County Administrator DeBonis, somebody would be able to answer the question. When was the last time that the Board of Supervisors had restricted time for call to the audience? Because I know it changed when Supervisor Elias, there was an item, but there was, before, wasn't there a limit? Has there ever been a limit?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. Right.
Beg your pardon. I believe that there have been specific incidents where there was a number of people to speak on an item and a crowd, and the chair made a determination that for that item there would be a 2-minute cap on speakers.
Right.
I know in the time that I have been here, it was I've experienced Chair Bronson, Chair Valadez, and Chair Elias. It has occurred under which chair I do not know, but I know that that has happened.
Okay. Yeah. So because I just think that we have the ability under this proposal, if the majority of the board wishes to extend the call, let's say we have, I don't know, 30 speakers. After 20, everyone gets 2 minutes, and we still have a handful of people that still need to speak. At the end of the call, whoever is the chair should ask the clerk, how many people do we have? Do we want to go ahead and extend? Part of the concern that I have is that we haven't, as a board, been willing to support any changes to, people who are coming up, their conduct. It's really all on the chair to try to decide what's appropriate or inappropriate. And we don't have any other kind of parameters, which I think as a board would be helpful, because I do think that it's difficult in this position to try to change change anyone's behavior if that's the way they've been speaking for a long time. So January was a little rough for me personally because I knew there were some things that we had to change, and it's been kind of a struggle. I think this is a positive move. We spend anywhere from 2 to 3 hours a call to the audience and then rush through the rest of our agenda because, you know, we've been sitting here for, I mean, we're still, it's almost 1 o'clock and we still have a bulk of our agenda to go. I'm going to be voting in favor of this. I don't think that it alters anything, but I have to tell you, I can't tell you how many times in the last 4 months I have been in places where people say, I'm so embarrassed of what's going on at your board meetings. That is not representative of Pima County. It's not representative of my party. It's not representative of our community. I mean, I've heard it many times. And so I think this is a positive move. And again, a majority of the board can always change it. But I'm willing to go ahead and move forward.
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
I just wanted to say in response to Supervisor Christie that with any item on our agenda, sir, if I discuss it with one of my colleagues, I do not discuss it with any of the others. Now, if you have some belief that there was collusion or collaboration, then you can present those charges formally. I can tell you that there was not. And to raise that as an allegation is, without any basis in fact, is offensive. And you ought to retract it.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
First of all, I will not retract what I am merely expressing as a personal opinion. Secondly, Madam Chair, you have been very quick to address issues with the audience, to curtail speech, to shut off the microphone, to interrupt. Do you plan on doing the same thing with the supervisors if they're going to get out of line? Because you haven't as such.
No.
You have no desire, no ability or control to tell a supervisor that they may be out of line by interrupting a speaker?
I've done that, sir. When I've been chair, I've done that. And I also think it's important that as soon as one of the issues, I believe, is at the end of the call to the audience, none of the supervisors felt that they could say anything in response. And so once that avenue was opened, which is something that we have the ability to do, I haven't seen any interruptions in that way since then.
That avenue has always been open.
Well, no, I understand that, but it hasn't been articulated, and I think
It's
that
always
it's
been
important.
articulated, it's always been open, and it's always been available to any supervisor. And there have been many instances when the behavior of the supervisor has been wrong as opposed to talking to the call of the audience. So
Well, I understand that. I hope that since I've been sitting in this position that I've been able to stop people if anyone was out of line, regardless of where they are. And I know that it's an ability, but if you're not familiar with Robert's rules, if you're not familiar with the way these kind of boards function, you might not know. I don't believe that Supervisor Hines felt that he had an opportunity at the end of the call to be able to address something. So that's why I say it at the end of the call. Any other questions or comments? Okay, so I'll go ahead and ask for a roll call vote, and we have a motion and a second, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
The motion is to approve.
Thank you.
Supervisor Bronson?
No.
Supervisor Christie?
No.
Supervisor Hines?
Yes.
Supervisor Scott?
Yes.
Chair Grijalva?
Yes, item passes 3-2, and the changes will be in effect for our next board meeting. Okay, now we're on item 20, update on county initiatives to address homelessness and public safety. Administrator Lesher.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva.
Madam Chair, I think that's also going to the addendum agenda. What item was that, Madam?
I'm sorry. Oh, no, I was going to add that in. I just wanted to know if Supervisor Christie yeah. I don't believe there's anything connected to this item.
On the addendum?
No, it was the one that was pulled.
Oh, okay,
Right.
that's right.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Administrator Lesher, sorry.
Only to remind the board that we did send out a memorandum with a quick update, but to highlight that Deputy County Administrator Holmes will walk through some of the events that have been occurring.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva, members of the Board of Supervisors. As you received the latest update on our transition center, this is really meant to deal with a lot of the issues associated with repeat offenders, recidivism in the space of criminal justice, and equally important, dealing with failures to appear in court. One of the primary purposes of this center is to connect people coming out of the jail facility with services that really will take advantage of that right away. Our Justice Department, particularly our under Director Vesley, has taken under her wing this endeavor really to staff and put 4 people who we're calling justice navigators in that modular. It's almost complete. We're really close to probably by Friday have all the pieces in place to have staff actually be able to be in there. We've connected with multiple service providers and hoping that through the people that we've hired who have lived experiences can actually convince folks to get the services they need. More importantly, focusing specifically on misdemeanor offenses who tend to be that revolving door that we see specifically in our criminal justice system. This does not exclude the fact that we will be addressing people who have felony offenses, but in many cases they are released through pretrial, and the result of that have some supervisory and support as part of that system. However, in the misdemeanor, they go to initial appearances and really going to get lost in the system. So we're really trying to connect people to services. We really believe that this could be a game changer in that space, particularly with the proximity that it is to the jail. It will continue to coordinate with not only our Sheriff's Department, making sure that it's a safe place for people to exit. We will coordinate with our pretrial staff that actually sits in the adjacent modular. And then equally important, really begin to track some of the data in terms of what impact this is having. Not only how many people are taking advantage of services, but at the end of the day, we really make sure we're making an impact specifically in reducing the number of failure to appear and reducing the amount of misdemeanor offenses that actually kind of become repeaters in that space. So this is merely in this last update, kind of update on what the thinking is, where we are in the process. We've hired 2 navigators already. We're in the process of hiring 2 more. We just want to make sure we get the right people staffed in there who have lived experiences, because I think part of being compelling and getting folks to take advantage of services is making sure that we have the right people who have been hired who are able to do so and be convincing because of their shared experiences.
Thank you. Any questions? Okay. Thank you so much. We have staff here for a few items. Would you like us to go in order? Or do you want us to just bump you up to the top? It's really up to you. Yeah? Okay. They look excited. All right. So we're going to go, if it's okay with a board member, since we have staff here, I'm assuming staff is here to address item 3 and item 7 on the addendum. Is that correct? Oh, 6? Oh, 6 and 7. Okay. 3, 6, and 7. So if it's okay with my colleagues, we'll go ahead and jump to the addendum items. That's all right? Okay. Hearing no objection, we're going to go to addendum item number 3, TikTok ban. And this was something that was brought forward by Supervisor Bronson.
And I am at this point going to withdraw this, but I think the clerk distributed to you a statement about Maricopa County TikTok ban. It was passed unanimously by a Republican majority board. And then also attached is the resolution, and it's a resolution for the protection and security of Maricopa County data. I would like my colleagues to look this over. You'd give them some more time. I would like to place this back on the agenda at some point, but TikTok is becoming a problem for all jurisdictions, and I think presents a security challenge. In addition, whether or not this ban, we approved a resolution similar to Maricopa County. I think it's probably worth our considered time to look in general at our information technology approach and how we as board members who really set policy We haven't been involved in that policy. We have, and I think we have competent people there, but our IT department does things that we are unaware of, and I think we should be in the loop more than we are currently.
We have Director Baca here.
No, I don't need any comments.
Well, I would like to, yeah, I would just like to add that I do think it's important for us to discuss what the risks are for Pima County information. And I know that our office has had an opportunity to meet 2 different times with Director Baca to discuss security concerns. And there is an issue right now, and I'm assuming it still exists, where we have some departments that have not transitioned into some systems that are really designed to help protect county information. And so perhaps we can get a memo on how we're doing as far as department transitions to the cloud system and what departments haven't moved over, because I do think that that's a real big security risk. I'm not just saying that we can't discuss this issue, but I do think that there's some bigger security issues that I think would be very important. And perhaps to Supervisor Bronson's point, we should have Director Baca come back and do a presentation to the board about, where we are and what we're doing, because I think it's important for other employees to hear that as well.
Chair Grijalva.
Yes, Supervisor Hines.
Do we need a motion and then a second for purposes of discussion to keep talking like this?
I actually pulled the item.
Oh, yeah, she withdrew the item, so I think that whatever you want to discuss, we can put back on an upcoming item and then give Director Baca an opportunity.
And Madam Chair?
Yes.
Just piggybacking on your comments, I think the other piece that we have not paid attention to is how all departments, including the Board of Supervisors, uses social media, because that is, that puts us at risk from a security perspective. Also from, if you look at the politics, it could be pictured as electioneering. So we all need to be cautious about that, about what we post. And we don't have a specific policy that I'm aware of about social media.
And that might be something that we bring up, because I think that's important to discuss. Okay, all right, moving on. We'll skip item 4 for now, because I don't think we have staff. Do we have staff to talk about that one? No, okay. So item 6, county budget for fiscal year 23-24. This is a request for further discussion, direction, action regarding the county budget for fiscal year 23-24 by Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There's some things that are coming up in the upcoming fiscal year that seem to have already taken a life of their own, that they're going to be included, and we haven't really discussed them. First and foremost is the CBIZ study. And it's supposed to be, the results of it are supposed to be implemented in July of this year. And we don't even know what the new job classifications are or what the new compensations are for them. For instance, my own office will be impacted by this, but I haven't been briefed on how. And what happens if a current employee doesn't meet the new criteria? Are they going to be reassigned? Are they going to have a different kind of pay plan? Are they going to be terminated? And the issue that is also concerning is a recent April 28th memo from the county administrator under being an employer of choice. It states that $14 million for the implementation of a class and compensation study, a class and compensation study we have yet to see, and $5 million for anticipated changes to the personnel hiring policy. I think we need to have a lot more information on what all that money is involved with and where it's going and how it's going to be spent. And as I say, this is a lot of money. I tried the last meeting to hold it off for a year to reassign it to something else, particularly our road repair program. So I would like to have some sort of an explanation of what the $14 million of the implementation of a class and compensation study results are going to be, and what that $5 million for anticipated changes to the personnel hiring policy actually mean. And the county employees have had 4 raises over the last 5 years, ranging from 10.5% to 14.5%. And now we're giving $14 million in raises, and we haven't even seen an organization chart with the new positions, and we don't know how it will be spent, the pay ranges, new titles, etc. I'm hoping I can get some clarity on this.
Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, at this point, we do not have the specifics on the 14 million and the 5 million, and I'll address that in just a moment because the study has not been fully completed. All of the initial work has taken place, and the folks from CBIZ and Human Resources have been meeting individually with offices, with departments, to understand whether or not the job descriptions, as we believe them to be, or the new classifications are correct as we've done the evaluation. So when all of that work is done, it will come back to the board to be approved. We believe then that if that goes into effect, if the board were to approve that going into next year, it would, we believe, cost some amount as we right size, we get people in the right classifications. When we looked initially at just what the raw data was, without knowing specifically how it went to each position, we estimated that it might cost about 14 million to implement. So we felt it appropriate to just put that amount in the recommended budget so that there's a placeholder should the board come back and implement the study when it sees the results of it. The funding is there to do so. The additional 5 million is, I think, as you know, in the past, whenever there's been adjustments to whenever there's been raises or any kind of adjustment, sometimes there's what has been called by HR smoothing, in that someone might get a raise that another person didn't. I believe last year you did the raises with people at one end getting more of a raise than other people. And sometimes that causes an individual to jump ahead of someone above them. We call that smoothing, as we try to make sure that all of that is accounted for in the new system. We've estimated about 5 million that we've put away just as a placeholder again for implementation should the board decide to implement the full plan when you see it back. We have not indicated that it will start July 1. We hope that as soon as we can get this back, at this point, I believe it may not come back to the board for final approval until July 11th, and we would then be, with that study would be the the specifics of how the 14 and or the 5 would be allocated, and that would be subject to board approval at that time.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
It was my understanding that it was stated by Ms. Lesher that this $14 million raise would be implemented in July.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, that had been my hope. And part of what's been occurring is CBIZ has been meeting with all the departments. I would rather recommend that the board wait a couple weeks to do it right than to implement something on July 1 that has not been fully vetted and approved by all those who would be using it and the Board of Supervisors.
Madam Chair, but that statement that you made was what prompted me to want to revisit this, because it was my assumption that it was already going to be implemented. Do we know what the budget impact has been on these 4 raises over the last 5 years?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, I do not have that here. Happy to get that information back. If there's other questions you have today that I can't answer here, we will absolutely take them down and make sure that you and the public see that in response to the memo.
So, Madam Chair, Ms. Lesher, I have the assurance that the $14 million plus the $5 million for the smoothing, is that where the smoothing is? They will not be automatically implemented in the new budget unless we see them first?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, the results of the entire program need to be seen and reviewed by this board before it's implemented.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Administrator Lesher, but we did approve it, right? We approved the raises. I mean, we approved the budget in general. We approved the ceiling, and we did put in the money there. So,
but I do believe that it's important for the board to see all of it.
Yeah. Well, I also think that it's important for compression. I think that, we tend to not compression or smoothing. I think we're talking about the same thing. Part of the concern is that, we always look to increase starting salaries and don't always look across the board. And that's really horrible for morale. But compression is the most expensive piece of making these changes to people's salaries, which I think are important. And if we're going to do it, I agree that we should do it right and not implement something and then have to go back and fix it later.
Madam Chair, just to be clear, we will see the report before the budget is approved, and there will be an opportunity if we don't care.
No, if I may, Chair Kitty Hall, Supervisor Christie, the budget is scheduled for final adoption on the 20th. I do not know if you're going to see the specifics of the report by then, if it will be completed. But you have in the tentative budget set aside that money that we believe will be the cap needed. It might be less than that. Don't know at this point what that exactly looks like. But you do have those placeholders the same way you have contingency or inflation. We allocate dollars in the budget to make sure that we have the money necessary should the action be taken by the board.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair Kitty Howard, if I may, Supervisor Christie, I know you're interested in the total impact of the raises over what period of time?
The 4 raises over the last 5 years.
5 years. Thank you.
From 10.5 to 14.5.
But the total cost for 5 years, is that?
Correct.
I just didn't hear the total.
Right.
Thank you.
And
Any other
Madam Chair,
Supervisor
if
Bronson.
we could just, the screen over here, if we could get it back to, rather than the item that's displaying.
Oh, just us? Okay. Yeah.
There we go. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions or comments on this item? Okay, we'll go to item 7, which is Pima County website. This is the request by Supervisor Christie to discuss responses to questions about the redesign and launch. Supervisor Christie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is in response to the county administrator's response to our questions. Again, sir, I'm sorry, but I'm not a whiz at this stuff, but a lot of people I know are. And they read the responses to my questions regarding them from the last meeting, and they have more questions. I beg your indulgence and patience because of my lack of ability in these things, but understand also I'm under a lot of pressure from folks who think they're very well adapted at IT and things of this nature, so they're prompting me to ask these questions. I'm looking at the contract. Civic Plus was the name of the firm. Was this a no-bid contract?
So is this working? Yeah, so we purchased it through the cooperative that IT has called SHI, and Director Baca can answer that better than I.
SHI is a cooperative agreement that we're able to, that is a reseller of many software products, and I wouldn't do it justice to say to calculate how many different software systems are purchased via the SHA cooperative agreement, but this is one of them. And so a solicitation was made for Civic Plus, and having evaluated Civic Plus provided the necessary services, received quotes via the cooperative contract.
So it's kind of like a stockbroker who goes to another level of stock experts and follows what their recommendations are. They refer the recommendations back to the stockbroker, who then refers the recommendations to his client. Is that kind of the same kind of contract? And apparently the first year, the contract is $301,000. How many years is the contract, and for how much each year?
The contract is for 5 years. The first year for implementation services is going to be a higher upfront cost because you're engaging with the professional services involved in implementing a new system. But subsequent years are at a maintenance cost, and that maintenance cost is $87,000 approximately.
And how is it determined that ARPA funding be used for the first and second year?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, so when we've been looking at trying to upgrade the website over the years, and the cost of upgrading the website has been the biggest barrier, when ARPA was allocated to the communications office, I worked with, with grants management to determine whether ARPA was, technology upgrades were allowed under ARPA, and they said that they were, so we explored with the county administration the possibility of using the office's ARPA allocation to pay for the upgrade that we've all felt that we've needed for many years.
And Madam Chair, once the ARPA funds are expired in this year 2, how are we going to pay for the remaining years of the contract?
So that would be as part of the budget for IT.
Okay. And how is this contract awarded? I don't remember it being brought before the Board of Supervisors on a vote for approving a new website.
the master agreement for SHI is brought to the board for a not to exceed amount, and underneath that amount, the board authorized the county to purchase software. And so when because this purchase didn't exceed the already approved amount by the board, that's how it was there was available funding of capacity within the SHA contract to procure this.
So the underlying issue was that it was part of something that was brought to the board, but it didn't reach that threshold where it required a specific approval.
Yes, sir.
Moving on to something that still, for whatever reason, is an irritant to the folks who say they know about this stuff. The website, Pima County at the top of the page, the website experts are irritated with that. Have you looked at that anymore? Is it something that should be maybe looked at again to bring, for instance, I understand Maricopa County says Maricopa County. It doesn't say maricopa.gov or anything like that.
So we, Supervisor Christie, Madam Chair, we chose to have it pima.gov at the top because that is the way that we refer people to the website, and it's an issue of branding. Pima County is mentioned multiple times on the site, but if it's the will of the board that their website says Pima County in a much more prominent way, we would obviously change that.
And then moving on to another area of there's been eliminated all functionality that several departments had developed. In order to standardize appearance, functionality was sacrificed. Our offices and others in particular, one is half of our content is gone. Our email links to contact staff don't work. And is this process complaint driven, or is there any proactivity within the departments?
Supervisor Christie, supervisors, we are still in the process of implementing the website. It's going to take us several months to complete the full process. Part of that is implementing the training program for office staff and department staff to make updates. Until we've been able to conduct that training and have staff who are able to make their own updates, the communications office and the IT web team are making any updates. So if there's any changes that you need to your pages, or if there's items that you believe that are missing or need to be added, you can contact either us or IT, and we'll make those for you. And
just, Madam Chair, and just for your information, the clerk of the board still appears under administration, not Board of Supervisors.
Yeah.
So we could take note of that. Memorandum and correspondence are categorized by month instead of topic. People look for memos by topic and not for the date of memo. Does that make sense of the problem?
Chair Goody-Hall and Supervisor Christie, that one also, we duplicated what the way that it has been always, which is by month and then a subgroup by year. And that's the way we've just, they've always been done that way. But if there is an interest by the board in looking at a different way potentially to categorize, we have historically put them in a couple of locations. If you look under the county administrator's memorandum, for example, they are by month and year. We have also had subsets. So if you want to go to transportation or elections or something else, you can go to a tab for that and go into that category. And then we will have, in those days, COVID, and all of the memos related to that topic were there. So they were by topic and by month or type. If there are specific areas, we tend to create that new tab or the new jump page. See, I'm using language I think might be right. For something like bonds or transportation or election, that seems to be the topic that is getting the interest at a specific period of time. If there are issues like that members of the board think should be another tab and be resorted by topic, in addition to the dates and times, we can look at that.
Yeah, this has been a complaint that we've been getting, that people don't remember when the date of the issue was or the memorandum or whatever the document, but they do remember the topic, and that's how
Let's take a look at
try
that
to
again.
find.
Thank you.
Just a couple of more suggestions.
Supervisor Christie, I want to follow up with your last, if you don't mind. Madam
Supervisor
Chair.
Bronson.
Is there, in terms of the memos, and I haven't looked at it recently. Is there a search button so they can search by topic?
Chair Giddy-Halva, I'm going to ask IT to answer this one. And Mark, thank you.
So, Madam Chair and Supervisor Bronson, there is a search function on the website which will search the entire website, and there's also the chat bot, but there is not a specific search of the county administrator's page or the memos page that's
I
just
think that
specific to
might
that
be a
page.
good idea.
We'll look into that thing.
Yeah.
And two quick more suggestions, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
Again, we brought it up the last meeting. Visiting Tucson should be linked to Visit Tucson, we're suggesting. And information on owning and starting and operating a business should be linked to economic development, the economic development page, perhaps.
Okay. Yeah.
That might be a little bit more. What I'll do again is what I did the last time, is provide you with a synopsis of these questions, and you can address them if we haven't addressed them adequately at this particular time.
Happy to follow up. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right. I was going to go ahead and finish up the addendum, but I'll wait for, yes.
Sorry, Chair Giddy-Halva, we're not waiting. There's not other staff coming for those personnel issues. I believe that given what they are, that the county attorney was going to speak to that, because those are the political
Yeah,
issues.
I was
Right.
going to wait. Are you talking about item
4?
Right, but Supervisor Hines isn't here. So that's, I was like, I was going to do it,
I'm sorry. I
but
beg
we'll
your
wait.
pardon.
Okay.
I thought at one point you were looking for staff.
I know I would. Okay, so we'll go back to the agenda, item 21, petition for relief of taxes. I'll move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously 4-0. 23 is final plat with assurances. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously 4-0. Item 24, operating transfer exception. Administrator Lesher.
Madam Chair. I'll move the item.
Second.
We have a motion by Supervisor Christie and a second by Supervisor Bronson. Did you want to address it?
Yes, please.
Administrator Lesher, I was going to ask Administrator Lesher and then ask if anyone has questions. Go ahead.
Actually, if I may, Chair Giddy-Halva, there's some information I'd like to discuss under item 31 that I think might be helpful. To this, we have had questions related to both how we allocate dollars to Visit Tucson and then how we allocate dollars to the Taquino Stadium District. We did have a couple of slides on that, but let me just explain. As again, we've had...
You can put the slides up and
Item 31. It'll help me a second because it really relates to both of these issues.
Okay.
Why we fund Visit Tucson and why we provide the money to the Stadium District. It is Arizona Revised Statutes 426108 provides for the levy and the collection of the transient lodging. We call it the bed tax. It's about 6%, but and then it says that statute very specifically indicates how those dollars will be spent, or, to how they can be allocated. The tax comes in only on unincorporated areas. 50% goes to what they call the Recognized Tourism Promotion Agency in the county. In Pima County, that is Visit Tucson, then known as MTCBB, and that's been in place since 1991. 34% of the revenues that come in from that fund must go to what, for us, another section of the statute, 4204. That's the Stadium District. So again, what I'm hoping simply to explain on both of those items when they come up, how those numbers get allocated, why they can, this year they have been, we've had to come back to the board on multiple occasions because while we budgeted funds to come in, we had brought to the state's attention that we didn't believe the amount that the state was receiving from the bed tax in unincorporated Pima County was accurate. Department of Revenue went back and started doing some audits of those hotel and motel facilities. They had not been paying what they needed to, and we are now the beneficiary in Pima County of those additional dollars that are coming back into Pima County. We therefore have to, as the new dollars come in, adjust the contracts with both our the tourism agency as well as the Stadium District so that they have the authority to receive those funds, and that we have the authority authorized by the board to actually allocate them as described by the statutes.
Okay, any questions?
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
So basically, what this item is asking for is that it does not come back to the board for approval. The approval is already given by the board. It's important to note in the background, in April, the department was made aware of another distribution that will be received this fiscal year, and that apparently there was another property that was not properly paying.
Chair can help with Supervisor Christie, that is correct.
And that's why I'm going to vote against this, because I feel it's important that it come back before the board again with two items of not being able to apply the whole issues to the properties involved.
So just to be clear, we're basically a pass-through. The funds are coming to us from the Department of Revenue, and we're giving them.
That is correct.
Per statute where they go.
That is
okay.
correct.
All right. Did we have a motion and a second?
I think, well,
We
I'll
did,
move the
correct?
items.
We did, okay. So for item 24, we have a motion, a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Item 25, quarterly report on collections. I'll move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item 26 is revisions to Supervisor Board Policy. This is staff recommending approval of proposed revisions to Policy D221.11, Public Safety Personnel Retirement System and Corrections Officer Retirement Plan Pension Funding. And this is to comply with changes in the law. Is that correct, Administrator Lesher? Okay.
That is correct.
Thank you. So I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Now we have, can we take items 27 through 29 together? Okay, so I'll move item 27, which is dedication of right-of-way, 28, abandonment by vacation, and 29, consent of the sale of communications easement. I'll move that item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Christie. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Did you have a discussion? I'm sorry.
I actually do need to talk about 29. I'm so sorry.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and move item 27 and 28. And then second by Supervisor Christie. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Now we're on 29, consent for the sale of communications easement. And Supervisor Hines, you wanted to speak on that?
Thank you. And I think this is
Can
our
we
first.
have a motion before?
Oh, I'm sorry. I apologize. I'll move the item.
Second.
Okay, I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Hines. Go ahead,
So,
Supervisor.
just for this item, I know the proceeds have historically gone to, I think, more roads, which we're doing pretty well on that. We spent quite a bit of money on it. I just think that we have some other priorities in the county and would like, it's estimated we'll have, I think, $8 or more million in revenue one time. Investing in roads or a lot of transportation things results in the need for more investment in the future. So it to me doesn't make sense to get a one-time kind of tranche of funds and then, pay for something that's going to require ongoing other funds. So it would make more sense to me if we align all or maybe, half and half of the proceeds of this to other things like bolstering public health infrastructure, for example, and of course, looking at the need for affordable housing and for pets, which I thought was a great point that we heard earlier. Maybe perhaps some transportation, anything that would make it safer for cyclists or pedestrians. But my top two recommendations would be to have staff, instead of just the current recommendation by staff, which is to throw this at more roads or more transportation things that are in the works, I really strongly believe that we need to look at other priorities because we don't get this kind of amount of one-time, funds that come into us that often, minus the pandemic, of course. So we really need to be careful about just throwing this back at roads. We've done a lot for roads. That's what I would kind of want to hear what my colleagues think.
Thank you. Do we have any restrictions on proceeds? Are they general fund? Oh, general fund. Deputy County Administrator DeBonis.
So Madam Chair and Supervisor Hines, the reason that staff had recommended that it go to transportation is the bulk of the sites that are subject to the sale of this easement is in the right-of-way. but really it's up to the board to provide direction on how you'd like to see those funds applied. We can come back upon the successful sale. The bid amount is a minimum, and we can come back with a recommendation to the board on how to apply those funds upon the actual completion of the auction.
Thank you,
Okay,
Chair Gerholt.
thank you. Supervisor Hines.
Thank you. I just was to say, what is that time frame that we think that would be? And then, yes, just bring it back to us so we can talk about it again.
Well, there's a motion on the floor to approve.
Right.
Still discussing it. Yeah, generally, how long does it take for this to happen?
So, Madam Chair, Supervisor Hines, I'm estimating it could be about 4 months for us to get through that process.
Okay, so I think I'm comfortable.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Bronson.
This is a consent for sale of communication easements. So all this does is allow you to sell the licenses. If we don't move forward today, I think we need to move forward on at least selling the licenses today.
So, Madam Chair and Supervisor Bronson, I didn't mean to confuse the item. Yes, we would very much appreciate the board's approval, authorization to move forward with the auction. Once we know who the successful bidder is and we have a dollar amount, we can present back to the board a proposal on how to apply those funds.
Yeah, great. So we're just approving the sale, not where the proceeds go. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Thanks for bringing that up, Supervisor Hines. Item 30 is abandonment of a county highway. I'll go ahead and this will impact districts 2 and 5. So I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. Any discussion?
Madam Chair?
Supervisor
Is
Christie.
there someone that can just briefly give a Reader's Digest 30-second explanation of how there's a county highway within the city limits like this, and how that came to be?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, so in order for the county to go ahead and participate in applying funds, the roadway has to be dedicated as a county highway. So upon then conclusion of the construction of those improvements, then we abandon that highway back to the municipality so that they're then responsible for the ongoing maintenance.
So, Madam Chair, Mr. DeBonis, so this basically was to accommodate the bond issue that would include something that was within the city of Tucson, because they were county bound.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Christie, that's correct.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Now we're on 31. This is Metro Tucson Convention and Visitors Bureau doing business as Visit Tucson. It's a transfer of $1.2 million. Correct. Am I reading that right? Okay. A bed tax. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Now we're doing community and workforce development. Is there anyone that wishes to separate 32 through 35?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor
I'd like
Christie.
to address 33 and 35 separately.
Okay, so we'll do items 32, well, I'll just do it in order. 32, this is for Pima Vocational General Fund contract. The pleasure of the board.
So moved.
So Supervisor Christie moves the
Second.
item, and Supervisor Bronson seconds. I really just want to take an opportunity to say that for Pima Vocational, I really feel like this is a missed opportunity for Pima County to help encourage these students to come into Pima County to fill vacancies in Pima County. So I really hope that we take this year to reimagine what kinds of educational programming we're offering through Pima Vocational. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously 5-0. 33 is Child and Parent Centers, is to provide PEEPS, extended day to Head Start for 11 sites. It's $595 per year. So I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Item passes 4-0, or 4-1, I'm sorry, with Supervisor Christie voting no. 34 is Habitat for Humanity to provide Marana Infill Down Payment Assistance Program. I'll go ahead and move the item. And
Second.
this is a contract extension, so I move the item and Supervisor Bronson seconds. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Item 35 is the PEEPS. Extend the contract to with the American Rescue Plan funding. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Motion and a second. Just to clarify, this is a vendor amendment with Flowing Wells, Marana, Sahuarita, Sunnyside, Unified Districts.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Bronson.
I will be voting for this, but as Supervisor Christie has indicated in the past, and I'm sure that was one of his reasonings in voting against item 33, this is coming from the American Rescue Plan Act, Coronavirus State and Local Fiscal Recovery Funds. Do we really have them?
Administrator
And if we don't have them, what?
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Bronson, this, I believe, is the last year that we have programmed the recovery funds for that. That's why we've been working with the library district to look at their tax, so that should the board continue the funding of PEEPS, it would move into the funding provided through the library district.
And as you know, I've opposed that. This money is there. It's going to some schools who probably need it. But again, I don't think it's a county responsibility, but I will be reluctantly voting for it.
Okay, and I do think that I would like to have a discussion about continued funding for PEEPS. I think it's a priority, and as long as the majority of the board agrees with that, I want to make sure that we're not taking money from our libraries in order to fund
Chair Grijalva.
Supervisor Scott.
Thank you. I just wanted to, in reference to the comment that you just made, I just wanted to thank Ms. Lesher and her team for the memorandum that we got not too long ago at my request, indicating that funding for the PEEPS program is solid at least through 2028. That in the first 4 years, it's going to be funded by American Rescue Plan Act funds, and then moving into the years after that, that's when we're going to start looking at using a portion of the secondary property tax that funds the library district, but we have been assured that it will have no impact whatsoever on library operations.
Okay. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we'll have
Supervisor
impact on
Bronson.
taxes, will it not?
I'm sorry?
It will have impact on our property taxes. It's secondary.
Yeah, assume so,
If
yeah.
we move, okay, just for the record.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Item 36 is CBS Consulting Group to provide grant writing services and this is funded through the Anti-Racketeering Fund for $55,000. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. I'm wondering if we could get some information about the benefit of this contract, how much, how much money we're actually able to secure, not what we request, but what we're able to secure. Those are different, right? Okay, great, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Brown. Okay, so we have a motion, a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed? Item passes unanimously. And now we've addressed 37. Now we're on 38, Youth Outdoor Experience, doing business as Ironwood Tree Experience. This is for Youth Blue Skies program. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye, opposed? Item passes unanimously. Now we have Facilities Management Bruce Wayne LLC. That's seriously Batman. I just think it's hilarious. Okay, so this is amend contract language. I'll just do one at a time. I can already tell. Okay. Anyone have any? I'll go ahead and move the item for 39.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion?
The only way I'm going to vote for this is if from now on I can refer to 3550 North First Avenue as Stately Wayne Manor.
That's amazing.
Madam Chair.
Okay, Supervisor Christie.
This is to extend the lease term for the Pima County Health Clinic located at 3550 North First Avenue, to extend the lease term. What happened to the Golden Pins building? And I thought this was supposed to take care of that we wouldn't need that space and that the Golden Pins was going to accommodate all this, yet here we are extending Health and Human Services.
Administrator Lesher.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie, we can get you a report on Northwest. If you noticed, what we've said is that this extension allows us a little more time so that we hope then it can coincide with the planned movement. So we have, obviously, the Northwest Service Center is not adhering to the, God bless you, the time schedule we provided you initially. We've been giving you updates that show that it has been moved out, but it is not finished to allow for the movement of this lease into that facility. Therefore, we are recommending we continue the lease.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions or discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Item 40 is Catholic Community Services. This is an amendment to provide cooperative agreement provision to extend the contract. And this is a no-cost extension, and this is for the facility at Juvenile Court?
Yeah, this is the Ajo facility.
Okay, Ajo facility. Item 40. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion?
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Christie.
Important to read again the background for what this grant is covering. It's to assist legal asylum seekers with temporary safe respite, food and hydration, hygiene items, baby supplies, access to shower facilities, and change of clothes, to help contact other family members or sponsors of the United States and facilitate seekers' use of the family-provided transportation arrangements, resulting in seekers able to transit from Tucson to a location in the United States. And this is set to expire in July, the middle of July 2024. So it appears that we are anticipating that we will be in the asylum seeking processing business at least to July of 2024. Needs to be noted. I know I've said this over many months that we should not be in this type of activity, but wanted to point those things out in the background, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Item 41 is Catholic Community Services. It's a humanitarian services contract language, no cost extension, and this is for the expansion of the second half of the Drexel, the other side of the Drexel facility. Okay, I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. Discussion?
Madam Chair, again, you made the note that this is to expand the Drexel site facility, so it appears that we will even have another additional area where we will be in the asylum seeking business. So thank you.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
Madam Chair.
Supervisor Bronson.
Just a follow-up, I'm just putting on my accounting finance hat. Catholic Community Services, I think are doing probably a decent job. Much of their spending is on payroll, and that may be correct. But just a question, and I don't need an answer right now. Does our grants department audit frequently?
Chair
Administrator
Grijalva,
Lesher.
Supervisor Bronson, they review, I don't know audit in terms of, as with your accounting background, I don't want to misuse the exact phrase audit, but there's review and oversight. I'm happy to get a report to the board of how often that occurs and to what extent.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Item 42 is the Arts Foundation, Salud Arte. It's a grant that we're accepting from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
Have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimous.
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. Item 4-1. Supervisor Christie votes no for the art program. Okay. Item 43, can we do 43 and 44 together?
Madam Chair, may I
Supervisor
suggest, from my standpoint, we can do 43, 44, 45, 46, 47 together.
Okay.
And I would just like to make a comment that each one of them, it states to extend the contract term. I'm wondering if any of this comes in the clawback issue of the federal government as far as if you don't spend the money, you have to give it back.
Okay.
I will be voting against.
Yeah, let me go ahead and move 43 through 47. Do you want a second, Supervisor?
Second.
Okay, a motion, a second. Now go ahead with your comment.
And each one of these has an extended contract term, which means we haven't spent the money yet. And if we haven't spent the money yet, is it going to be clawed back by the federal government? And if it's not clawed back on each of these, my response is the same: no, give the money back.
Okay. Any comment, Administrator Lesher?
No, ma'am.
Okay. So I have a motion and a second, for items 43 through 47. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Items pass 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Item 48, this is award of a master agreement for 1 year of annual funding for $522,000. This is for natural resources and parks, and this is to pick up lead in the shooting range. Is that correct? And so I'll go ahead and, do we have a motion?
I'll move it.
So Supervisor Bronson moves the item. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
And Supervisor Scott seconds. So
Madam Chair?
Yeah, I have a question, and then I'll go ahead and let you go first, Supervisor Christie.
I would just offer that I would include that motion to address these items 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, and 54.
I want to
Also amend
no,
my
I want to take 48 separate.
All right,
So,
49 through,
yeah, but let's go ahead and vote on 48 first.
all right?
Do you have a comment on 48?
I do not.
Okay, so I have a question. So this is over $500,000 a year to pick up bullets at the shooting range. I want to ask if the funds that are collected for when people utilize the shooting range, make sure that offsets this annual investment of cleanup.
So Chair Gravel, we'll get a report back to you on that.
Thank you. So I'm going to vote no on the item, but I do think that it's important for us to look at what the revenue is and what the cost is to maintain. And I understand that there's, maybe if you can put some background information as to how long we've had these shooting ranges and, the reasons, that would be helpful. Okay, so we have a motion, a second for 48. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Item passes 4-1, and I voted no. Okay, items 49 through 54. Does that sound okay?
That's correct.
Okay, so item 49 through 54, Supervisor Christie moves those items,
I'll second.
and Supervisor Scott seconds. Any discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Items passed unanimously. Item 55 is Jot Red Roof Properties. This is the contract amount for administrating the hotel shelter services, and this is to extend the term to 12/18/23. I'll move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion?
Madam Chair, this
Supervisor
is
Christie.
up to, according to the background, the money that has gone through, taxpayer money from the federal government to Pima County to Jot Red Roof Properties since the beginning of the asylum-seeking effort, collaborated by Pima County. Pima County has funneled to Red Roof Properties over $15,500,000 to provide for the sheltering and hotel services. $15.5 million to Red Roof Property. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you. I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
No?
Item passes 4-1. Hold on just a moment, please. All right. Sorry, we were moving a little fast on that one. Bless you.
Bless you.
Item 56 is, I'll go ahead and move the item. So, job order master agreement for elevator modernization design.
Second.
Have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Any discussion?
Madam Chair, when are we going to get our elevators?
I
When's
don't
the
know.
ETA?
Administrator Lesher.
We'll be happy to provide a report to the board.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Do we have any opposition to going 57 through 60?
How about 61?
Well, I have to read the resolution numbers.
Oh, I'm
That's
sorry.
that's what I messed
Yeah.
up on the last one.
57, I move we address 57 through 60.
Okay, I have a motion by Supervisor Christie, second by Supervisor Scott. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, items pass unanimously, 5-0. Item 61, resolution number 2023-20 is authorizing the approval of organized crime drug task forces. And this is acceptance of revenue. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Scott. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, item passes unanimously. 62, resolution number 2023-21, authorizing the approval of organized crime drug enforcement task forces agreement. And this is for Pima County to assist in law enforcement operations, also $25,000 in revenue. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion and a second by Supervisor Christie. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, item passes unanimously. Can we do 63 through 65?
Move that we address items 63 through 65.
Okay, and second. Supervisor Bronson seconds. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, items pass unanimously, and that was 63, 64, and 65. So now we have grant acceptance, application and acceptance, or any of these. Do we want to do these together, or?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Christie.
I would like to address 66, 68, 69.
Okay, so 66,
68
and 69.
And then I would like to address 74 separately.
74. Okay. So we'll go ahead and move 67, 670, 71, 72, 73.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Bronson. Any discussion? All in favor say...
Wait, I'm sorry. Can we, at some point, get a report on how we're making use of the provisional veterinarian position that's noted in item number 72? And I very much appreciate that the Friends of PAC is funding that, but would like to know more about the necessity for the position, and if we anticipate heightened need for a position of that nature, especially given some of the comments that we've been getting, not just in call to the audience, but into our offices.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, items pass unanimously. Now we're on item 66. It's acceptance of a community workforce development grant, rental assistance, and weatherization. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott. Supervisor Christie, you want to speak on this?
Please, this is another example of COVID money that has not been spent, and we should not accept any more COVID monies, and we should give the unspent money on this item back. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
Item passes 4-1 with Supervisor Christie voting no. Now we're on item 68, acceptance of environmental quality to provide voluntary no drive days program. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
And this is item 68. Okay, I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Christie. You want to speak on this issue?
Being a car dealer, I believe that we should encourage, we don't need to ban automobiles. Thank you.
Okay, all right. We have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Excuse me. No.
I was going to say, okay, so item passes 4-1, right, with Supervisor Christie voting no. And then item 69 is acceptance of a health department grant to provide reproductive health services. I'll go ahead and move the item.
Second.
I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Scott, and this is item 69. Supervisor Christie,
I
want to speak on this?
made the mistake of including that, and I will be voting for this.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously. Now we're on item 74. This is the acceptance of a U.S. Department of Justice grant for the Sheriff's Department. I'll go ahead and move the item.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion, a second by Supervisor Bronson. You wanted to speak on this issue?
Yes, I do. This COPS grant was originally supposed to serve the areas in rural District 3 that include Erivaca, Robles Junction, Ajo, Picture Rocks, Avon Valley. The sheriff has since moved it into District 4, which I'm sure benefits Supervisor Christie, but this was supposed to be directed at issues related to the border. And it was supposed to we did not accept another grant, Stone Garden grant, and this was to replace it. I will be voting for this reluctantly, but I would like to ask our grant department to do an internal audit and to provide us with this board with information if this grant has been reapplied for, or if there's any new COPS grant that are in the hopper, and to get us that information.
Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Bronson, thank you. We will.
Okay, any other questions? All right, I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed. Item passes unanimously. Now we're on hearings. We have 75, it's a liquor license for Taqueria La Herradura. 76 is a rezoning ordinance number 2023-10. And then we have, well, I think we're going to have discussion on 77. So we have,
Pardon me, I thought.
77, you're right, it's continued. Okay, so we have, I'm like, wait a minute, I have a note, yes. Okay, so we have 75 and, I know, it's been a minute, yeah. So is anyone here to speak in opposition of either the liquor license or the rezoning ordinance? I see no one.
I'll move to close public hearing and approve 75 and 76.
I'll second. I have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed. Items pass unanimously.
Madam Chair, on item 77, this is being continued, and I appreciate that. The new fee schedule is going to be a hardship in Ajo. I think that Waste Management has done an excellent job, but I really want some time to speak with in my constituents in Ajo and maybe with Waste Management to see if we can find some a meeting of minds to help Ajo out.
Okay, thank you. And so we have one other item on the addendum, and that is personnel policy updates, alignment with merit system rules. And that's item 4, and this was brought forward by Supervisor Hines.
Thank you, Chair Grijalva, and I guess I should move the item so we can talk about it. Is that what you prefer?
Well,
Or
we
can I just-
can, yeah. I'll go ahead and, if you want to go ahead and move, I'll second for sake of
Okay, so
discussion.
I'll move the item.
I'll second.
Thank you. So this is, well, in part, a lot of it's to kind of align county policy with what appears to be state or federal law. We've already heard an opinion from the Attorney General with regard to the previously and now currently unenforceable restriction on the freedom of county employees to contribute politically to candidates of their choosing. So this kind of cleans up the language. Also, it has come to my attention that county employees, unlike I believe city employees or state employees, are not allowed to seek partisan elective office or elective office without having to, once they file their petition signature, they have to actually quit their jobs. So basically, we're saying to anyone of the 6,000 plus county employees in Pima County, thanks for your service, but if you want to exercise your freedom to run for an elective office, you can't work for us. And that's inconsistent across multiple other government entities. It makes no sense. It's also inconsistently enforced internally. For example, one of our legislators who ran for office recently did not have to step aside from his county position because he worked for a supervisor, but of course other county employees would have to. So this removing any reference within our policy statements there that would being consistent internally with what frankly is lawful. So I would entertain any questions, and hopefully we'll get the support of you all.
So I'll go ahead and speak and then see if anyone else. I don't think that I would be in favor of allowing county employees to make political contributions. I do think that that should be imposed across the board. I know that our employees are technically exempt, so some of our employees do give, and I think that if you're a county employee, you receive a county check, except for elected officials. I don't think that they should be able to in general, and that's not consistently a rule that's consistently applied across the elected offices, appointed staff. I am willing to look at, and I'm wondering if we could get some legal sort of advice about item B, because I do think we have some employees that would be interested in running for elected office, and many of them have to retire first and then come back.
Right.
And if they have the energy and want to, I would love to give more people the opportunity to be able to run for offices, provided that it doesn't interfere with their job duties. So I'm wondering if we could get something from legal, or if you have a statement to address B. I think A, I feel like there could be this sense that if county employees could give money, that in order to keep their jobs, they're going to have to give us money, or, we go to administrators and say, don't you want to give us money? So I feel like that right there, I understand that one. TUSD doesn't have that.
I'm sorry, county administrator.
Jan is like, I'm good. TUSD doesn't have that, and I do think that it would make sense because we're in charge, especially in those local offices, we're in charge of approving every single appointment. But that's my old life. So I'm willing to move forward with getting legal opinion on what maybe the ramifications might be with 2.
And if you put that in a motion, I'll second it.
Okay, I think, go ahead, Supervisor Hines.
That it's, I guess, Mr. Brown, what's the status of that? Because that was requested already.
Right.
So.
Chair Grijalva, members of the board, if there's a request for an official memo on this item, we can do that. From at a high level, what I can say is that A, given that there's an attorney general opinion on it, it is still an open question of law, but having an attorney general opinion does suggest that it be less legally defensible. A. B is more legally defensible, but we can give you a detailed analysis of the ramifications of both.
And that attorney, pardon me.
So Supervisor Bronson.
Yeah, that AG opinion was, who issued it? Which attorney general?
Brnovich.
And
Okay, and we have a new attorney general?
We do, Supervisor Bronson.
Madam Chair,
Supervisor Christie.
that Attorney General Brnovich, wasn't it Supervisor Miller that brought that?
Yes.
And so you'll be able to give a determination, interpretation of both A and B?
Yes, Chair Grijalva, Supervisor Christie. As I said, it's an open question of law, so it's not well settled, but we can give our opinion and our analysis.
Yeah, Madam Chair, that was my point. It's an open, it hasn't been contested. It hasn't been, it's not written in stone.
So I know that I was the second because I wanted to be able to have a discussion on the item. I'm wondering if Supervisor Hines would be interested in amending the motion to move forward with requesting a legal opinion on B.
Sure,
Would you-
that is,
Okay.
I made the request as individual supervisor, I guess.
Right.
But if we can do it as a
Yeah,
board,
I don't,
sure.
yeah,
I think a
I think you
motion
should have, yeah, so
Okay.
if we can amend the motion to just include item B.
Sure.
I appreciate where you were going on A, but I do think it would cause more problems than it would help.
That's fine.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Hines and a second by me on item B, requesting a legal opinion and bringing it back to an upcoming board meeting once we have the information. So I have a motion, a second on that. Any other discussion? All right, all in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Item passes unanimously.
Madam Chair.
Yes,
On item
Supervisor
A,
Branson.
I concur with you. I think county employees should be able to run without having to resign.
Yeah.
So did you want to put that in a motion or you?
I think we moved forward with B, which is the piece that we wanted, like that we were talking about. I think A is going to cause more problems, the contributions, but.
Madam
but,
Chair,
yes.
when you say cause more problems, what are you specifically?
Well, I guess one of the concerns and why the Hatch Act was started in the first place is because there would be perhaps this perceived pressure by employees that you have to give in order to keep your job or, that kind of thing. So us keeping that rule in place ensures that nobody feels that kind of pressure.
Chair Grijalva?
Yeah, Supervisor Scott.
I agree with the points that you and Supervisor Bronson have made, and I would also worry if any political activity by an employee also brought into question the non-interference policies.
Yeah, okay. All right, so I believe, are we done? Okay, meeting adjourned. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Our next meeting
Is June 20th.